And a very good evening to you too, Achilles Rain. How are you doing? Today, Avash to Square, Project Dark Fox, and Mr. Square Peg. It's nice to have you folks here. It's nice to see everyone. How's your day going? Mine's been odd. Just kind of odd. Hamburg Tack dropping that 15 months of subscribing to the channel. Hamburg Tack, thank you so, Hamburg in particular you, thank you so much for all of your support throughout this entire venture. I hope that I can continue bringing you marginally amusing hobby progress for many moons or other arbitrary unit of time measurement for at least a hectare of fortnights. At least. Colonel Matthew Steiner hitting that 19 months. Colonel Matthew Steiner, how are you, man? It's good to see you. Welcome in, Project Dark Fox. Productive, all things considered. I'm glad to hear that. Productive is good. Productive is good. It's sometimes easy to lose track of that. I've had a pretty productive day myself, and I'm gonna finish this fucking Lance of Mechs today, because the last few months, it's hard to run a painting stream when you don't paint things. And I've just been like, just running in circles, not finishing anything, and then complaining about not finishing things. I'm giving myself a time limit. We're just gonna get this shit done tonight. I don't know what's been wrong with my brain painting-wise. I've been productive 3D-wise, but painting has just been like, hit a brick wall recently. I get little bits here and there done. I mean, lately, like, literally the only painting I've been doing has been on the stream, which is terrible. Just awful. Just finished another move, hopefully not too bad of one. I mean, no, hopefully it was overall a good move, but even good moves kinda suck, you know? So I hope that it was, not awful. Not awful at all. Holy shit, indeed. We got Roland hitting that 23-month streak. You absolute madman. Ooh, Roland. I think it's bad form for streamers to question the good sense of their viewers when they subscribe to them. I feel like it's like a faux pas. Like, You've been subscribing to me for 23 months in a row. Have you considered talking to someone? You just talked to me, right? I'm a certified talking to man. Talking to man. That's probably a thing. If it isn't, we'll make it one. Moves are indeed rough. Pretty okay is not bad. And I'm okay with that. The therapy command hurt my feelings. Every time I played, I was like, oh, make me sad. Gone and Done It Now adopted a previously owned Abaddon the Despoiler from my local game shop for half off. Gonna be getting a fresh coat of paint. Oh, fuck yeah. Now, okay. There's a new Abaddon the Despoiler. I say new, I have no concept of time, so it may be over 2 years old, it might be a year old. I remember seeing it, I feel like it was last year. There's a new Abaddon where, like, his whole undersuit is sculpted and you, like, attach the Terminator armor plates on top of it and he's all big and crazy and... as opposed to the old one, which was a little metal guy, which is not really all that impressive. The new plastic one? Fuck yeah, Phaedros. That's exciting as hell, man. Don't get me wrong, I love old Hammer figures. I love the character that they had. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that the new GW sculpts aren't fantastic, though. The new Abaddon is really hot. That seems like a model that is worthy of painting in sub-assemblies. Shifting your Twitch focus to subs being a tip jar. Down with Patreon. I don't like... Yeah, I think that's... I don't know. I feel like monetization and the nature of it is kind of different for every... What are we? Content creator? Is that a title that we technically have? I don't like Patreon. I don't like Patreon. You'll notice I don't have a Patreon. Maybe I'm just, like, old. Maybe that's my problem. I look at Patreon and I'm like, I'd rather just, like, make a product and sell you the product, and then you buy the product, and then you get the product, as opposed to, like, promise that I'm gonna do stuff every month, and you'll just kind of get whatever I make. There are people out there who run, like, group Patreons, and they produce insane quantities of stuff. There are a few really, really productive people out there who can run a solo Patreon and keep up with it, and I look at that and I'm like, man, I'm gonna have months where I just don't do shit. And while people probably wouldn't care, because you're gonna be like, I've subscribed to this Patreon for $1, and then I forgot that I was even subbed to it, and you'll never notice, like, I would feel bad. And I feel like that extra pressure is just not what I need to keep the creative juices flowing. And speaking of flowing juices, Amateur Paint Hour hitting that 10 months. How are you doing today, man? Was that an awkward segue? Nah, that was fine. That was fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just move on. Amateur Paint Hour, thank you so much for the support, my friend. I was just dicking around on your Instagram. You just did one of them. Everybody's doing the thing where it's like you get a picture in the middle and you surround yourself with, like, what I've done this year. Look at these things that I've done. I was thinking about doing it. I don't know. Is it ironic that I can get on Twitch often 3 times a week and just be like, look at my face, look at my logo on my mug, look at me paint thing. I'm just gonna talk at the camera. Come join my Discord, everyone, and then turn around and be like, I feel like doing that on Instagram would be too egotistical. I feel like that just wouldn't be me. It wouldn't be real and raw like the artist that I am. I'm so full of shit. It's ridiculous. Butter knives. I'm glad you're amused, man. How you doing? Oh, I mean, I've had a pretty productive time recently with 3D design, Amateur Paint Hour, and I tend to test print as I make things. And it's really important to me that I test print literally everything, because my stuff is so mechanically based. That's not a good way to describe it. The physical attributes of my prints are vital. And so I test print numerous versions as I'm making things. So usually by the time I'm done, I'm like, I'll paint my prototypes. They're not perfect. They don't have all the features that the final version has. And that's the great irony, is I always end up with a shittier version of what everyone else gets. Oh, God. Oh, no. Lunchbox, good to see you, man. In a food coma. Ooh, what kind of food? Amateur Paint Hour, you influence me. Oh, is that the case, Christico? We'll see what we can do for you. Why would you do that, WJ? What? Don't know. I never want to be responsible for someone forcing themselves up for a nap. Do you know how much that hurts me to hear? Never. Never abandon a good nap if you don't have to. Oh, that goes against everything that I stand for. Good lord. Making progress on your trebuchet redesign you started, Gimishkar. I'm looking forward to seeing that, man. The Treb is one of my favorites, and here in the near future, okay. There are a couple of products that I've been wanting to get released as physicals. Oh shit, that reminds me. My Conquest bases. I don't know if there's anybody here in chat who's been interested in my Conquest Old Market Road bases. The STLs are up on Steel Warrior Studios. I meant to post about that earlier. I'll have to do it after the stream. I'll have to remind myself. But the physicals for the various bases that I make for Warcaster, for Conquest, stuff like that, I'm not gonna say this is gonna happen because it's not 100%, but we have been contacted by a resin caster who does really, really good quality work for some fairly high-profile sculptors that was interested in casting, molding and casting, that would be the order that you do it in, molding and then casting my Conquest bases and then potentially Warcaster bases, and we're thinking maybe also the pieces for the Trenchfoot mech, because mass production of resin prints is tough. It's just messy. It involves a lot of manual labor when you can do better volume if you can just cast in resin. And it wasn't really an option for us before, but seems like that door might be opening. So I hope to have good news on that in the near future. I'll be sure to keep everybody posted. And if that does happen, then we'll have a lot of stuff becoming more readily available. Grilled burgers. Oh, I hope you brought enough for the whole class, butter knives. That's WJ, your priorities are all just all out of whack, man. I don't know what to tell you. That's like I'm barely choosing to be here over having a nap. Oh god, what am I doing with my life? Might need shoulder plates to match the leg plates on the original artwork. I'm trying to think, what are the leg plates on the original Treb artwork? What was distinguishing about them just off the top of my head? They don't really stand out to me. I remember the arms have that funny kind of... They sort of slope outward and then they extend up past the point of the shoulder. I'm trying to remember what the legs looked like. I was just looking at pictures of it recently. I don't know. I got a bad brain. What are you going to do? We're going to be working a little bit on that trench foot, our own redesign of the trebuchet today, Gimishkar. I'm just gonna go in on these things and whatever we wind up with at the end of the night, you know what? That's it. I'm done. I'm not painting them anymore after that. The standee drawing. Okay. Well, that would have been one of the original pieces of artwork then. Obviously not the new standee, because that one's all redesigned. The CGL trebuchet. Finish my coffee here and we'll go ahead and get started. The kind of samurai guy with the crusader arm. Gimishkar, post a picture of what you're talking about. Yeah, the double barrel shotgun arm. I remember he's got like the over-under MLAS on his right arm. I remember that, but I can't remember the legs as much. Post a picture in the Discord and tag me in it, and I'll take a look. Rewatching Hunt for the Red October. There's a classic right there. Sam Mini, welcome in. Do we have any mods right now? We might. Oh yeah, Project Dark Fox is here. Hey, Project Dark Fox. Project Dark Fox, you feel like dropping me a couple of quick shoutings out for such talented painters as both Amateur Paint Hour and Sam Mini. Pretty please. If you feel like it. Oh. I'll check it out, Gimishkar. Thank you. 3D print minis. When you print, do you ever find differences between prints of the same model? So it can happen. It can happen, butter knives, but if you've got a good support for a model built, and you experience differences between the two, and it depends on whether you're talking printing FDM or printing resin. If I'm doing minis, I almost always do resin. And if you're experiencing differences between two prints, that means something physical is changing in your printer between prints, because if it's the same file, it should be essentially identical. So that could mean that it's not well supported enough, and it's wobbling on its supports, or you could have dirty FEP film. The FEP film could be otherwise damaged, like puckered or perforated, or you know, you take your pick of words that mean essentially the same thing. Generally, no. If you've got differences, then you're having a mechanical issue somewhere, and if that's happening, if it's not addressed, chances are it's only going to get worse with time. My go-to, if I experience something like that when I'm dealing with resin prints, is just change the FEP film. Change the FEP film, check that all of your... Check your screen, which you can do by... There are files online that are like LED screen testers. It'll just light up the entire screen. Put a sheet of paper over it and light up the whole screen and kind of look for dead pixels. And re-level your plate. Just do the basics, and if it continues happening, take it to someone who knows more than me. It's always the damn FEP. Always the damn FEP. Damn it, Zombie Brush Studios. He knows. Project Dark Fox, you mind dropping me another shout out for the very talented Zombie Brush Studios. We got a lot of talent. We got a lot of talent in this stream. Legitimately, Sam Mini is a fucking crazy painter. Like, I am embarrassed to be the streamer when he's in chat. It's like you're hanging out at your local fucking, you know, artists commune. Like, guys that learned how to watercolor. Leonardo da Vinci comes wandering in like, oh yes, it's quite nice. I like your use of color there. That might be a bit much. In fact, that's fucking ridiculous to compare Sam Mini with Leonardo da Vinci of all people. But you know, it was the only major artist I could think of in the moment, despite the fact that there are literally thousands to choose from. So, what are you gonna do? Those are good projects, Skimishkar. I got started with simple shapes and creating weapons to add to pre-existing minis. That's a great place to start. Look, I'm not that cultured or articulate, okay? What do you want from me? All right. Let's do this thing. No glove, no love. Oh, my camera's not working. Right off the bat, let's fix that. No big deal. I still have no explanation for why this happens. Eventually, I'm just gonna have to go up to the full capture card, and it should stop happening, in theory. In theory. Yeah, everybody loves the black screen, right? That's what everyone comes in for. Oh god, excuse me. I got 3 gloves. I don't have 3 hands. Baby, you make me wish I had 3 hands. One internet high five. First person who can name the movie. Go, go, go. Megalodon with a hat. That's the wrong guess, but I do appreciate your follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Colonel Matthew Steiner, I like you. And yes, that is Total Recall. Baby, I got 12 kids to feed. Here you go. You know what? Here, I'll do both sides for us. You ready? Bam, there it is. There it is, Matthew Steiner. I hope you liked it. Butter Knives, thank you also for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Hellspawn, that's gonna be stuck in my head now. We gotta go and do that. Open your mind. Open your mind. That creepy little fucking puppet. Oh my god. You're not far off, Retio Santi. It's the wrong reference, but it did have to do with boobies. In Total Recall, there was a stripper with 3 boobs, because she was mutated from exposure to solar radiation from inadequate shielding in Martian domes? I think that's what was going on? Yeah. Baby, you make me wish I had 3 hands. Oh, I want to show you guys something. So I got the parts I was talking about in last time for this. This is that, and I'm finally gonna, this month, I'm gonna go ahead and get this released on Steel Warrior Studios. I don't know, I've been sitting on it because I've just been like, I feel like it's missing something. I want to add something to it. Why is my camera so dark? This magnetic paint grip that I made with the weight in the bottom. I've been really, really happy just using it, and I've been kind of using it for a long time now, just like, what's the design flaw? What's the obvious thing that I missed? And so far, I can't find it. I really quite like using it. I saw there was a Kickstarter for a series of grips called, I think, Grim's Grips, and I saw a couple streamers using them, and I wasn't really sure about the design. It seemed like a cool idea. Dr. Rhino, I mean, that's rule number one. That's rule number one. So I kind of fooled with the design and made my own, using a steel sphere and a couple of ring magnets from K&J, making sure that they were easy to acquire, so that if someone printed this, they could do their own. But this is just a swappable top that goes in the same place the regular puck does. These magnets are strong enough that you can go ahead and remove this by gripping the top. The magnets will hold in the middle on the sphere. This top is not the final one. It's actually too small. You can see it sliding around on here. It's not screwed on, but the magnets hold it in place for testing purposes. What has your experience with this design been, Dr. Rhino? Because I kind of like it. I can see how this would be good for certain models, because you can hold the grip kind of like this and tilt the platform, and then you can use your thumb and your forefinger and just kind of rotate it and move it around and kind of put the model at any angle that you want. I don't feel like it's great for every model. There are certainly models that I would not want to paint this way, but like for infantry, or if I'm doing like really fine work, I can kind of see this. I like it. Either way, the files to do this are going to be included with the overall package, so I'll include a listing of the size of steel sphere and the two magnets. I think it costs no more than $10 to get all the necessary components to build one of these, and then you can take that off, and you can swap it with the regular magnetized pucks for any other figure. The one thing you do need for this, the one piece this is missing, is I'd like to do a top that has a mechanical grip on it, but I haven't decided on a design that I like. Because as it is, you can only use this if you have models that have washers in their bases, which I do for all my models, which is why this is kind of a bespoke piece. So I can just click this guy right down on here, no problemo, and paint away. But if you don't use washers on the bottoms of your minis like I do, it won't work for you. So I feel like all I'm missing is a top with a mechanical grip, and I don't know, I can't decide on a design for it for whatever reason. But I'll make this available, and if folks like using washer-based minis like I do... Oh wait, that can go on top, but it's not supposed to. What am I doing? Anyway, you'll be able to make these, which I kind of like the fact that you can also hold these separate from the grip and use the triggers and kind of give it the claw. Yeah, sticky tack is a popular answer too. I just like magnets. And the thing that's kind of cool about this is you can also just kind of hold this in your hand without having to use the whole grip, which I found this is actually pretty nice, because you can kind of move it around with your thumb and your forefinger just as you need, and it's very freeform as far as how your hand is actually holding it. You can be very natural with it. Can we call it the Thunderdong? The Thunder... No, that title is taken, and you know it. Anyway, I'll probably be using this some in future streams. The only thing... Now here's a question, Dr. Rhino. I don't know how strong the magnets are on that one that you have. Because, now if this one, if I take it and I tilt it to 45 degrees with a metal model on top of it and I release it, it will kind of slowly drift down. That's with a metal model on top of it. And I'm like, man, how much stronger does the magnet have to be to hold this much weight at a 45-degree angle on a smooth steel sphere? I'm not sure, but I feel like that would make it quickly more expensive than it's really worth. I don't think that's really that much of a design flaw, though, since most of the time you're going to be tilting it towards yourself. And see, those ones are, though, like, manufactured and sent out. So I'd imagine that they were able to probably get a really good bulk deal on some really, like, these are strong fucking magnets. But if you doubled up on these, or you got one that was wider... But at that point, since what I'm doing is I'm selling 3D printable files, and then you get the magnets yourself, buying them individual and not in bulk becomes really expensive, so, yeah. Okay, 30 pounds of force. These are 20 pounds of force. I'm about 10 pounds under that. And that would probably make up for that. Because like I said, it'll hold there for a second, but it'll just kind of slowly start to work its way down. Boop. And then sort of drop. But again, most of the time I'm going to be holding it like this anyway. I don't know. I'm not totally sold by it, but I made it because I wanted to try it out. And if you decide to pick up the magnetic paint grip files, you'll be able to try it out too. Let's do some oil painting. Are you winning, son? How you doing, Dr. Rhino? How's things? I assume we got a shout out for Dr. Rhino. I assume we got a shout out. If we didn't, can we? I love that Dr. Rhino. That Dr. Rhino's so hot right now. Oh, I picked up... I've never used this before. I've never tried to fully restore a brush, but I'm gonna give this a shot probably later tonight. I just picked up a bottle of it because some people were swearing by it. I'm gonna take some shitty old brushes of mine, give them a treatment, see how it goes. Maybe your balls need to be rough. Yeah, and that's, you know, that would probably change it, but I'm like, do I really want to... Because, I mean, damn, these things are really on there. I gotta pull to get that off. The steel sphere. And, like... Oh, man. Do I really want to sand this? I don't think I do. What's interesting is that you get the full magnetic force of both magnets pulling all the way through. I think magnets are just so neat, aren't they? They have this additive force to them. Because, like, this top, which is not screwed on because I need to print a new middle, and you can actually see the magnet in there. Which, it's not fully seated there, now it is. That's the ring magnet. The camera's having struggle with focus today, I'm sorry about that. But from the magnet on the bottom all the way through the sphere up to here is the force that's pulling down on these top magnets. Oh, when it's on there. Because if I pull this off, it's not as strong. Don't sand your balls. It's a neat idea, though. I think the concept could use some refinement, but I dig it. Cavtankerous. Hitting that 18 months. I'm telling Dave to go fuck himself. I agree. Dave's kind of a dick, isn't he? How you doing, Cavtankerous? Nearly done with the Dark Angels army I'm making for my dad. He's been learning 40k for a month or two, doing an army for him as a Christmas present. Oh my god, that's so wholesome. Oh my god, that's so wholesome it makes me sick. Oh god, it's like the Christmas spirit and family values and oh my god. We don't do that here. Out of the question. Where are my brushes? I have paint brushes, don't I? Yeah, I do. Alright. I need to freshen up some of this magenta and then do some yellow highlighting. That is my plan. Oh, that's right, those are the brushes I'm going to restore. I don't want to use those. I do want my phalanx brushes. Either side, and then my flats can be right here. Getting ready for karaoke. Ooh, have fun, man. Alright. Get some white spirits in a cup. We're going to be doing some oil painting tonight. Sumatha, good to see you. I know, right, Gimishkar? I don't want to talk to a scientist. Those motherfuckers lying and getting me pissed. Wow, do you remember when we thought that was as dumb as it was gonna get? Do you remember those days? Those were good days, weren't they? Just a couple years ago. Oh, the world is never-ending darkness. No, I think that's pretty fucking cool, Dr. Rhino. He'll fucking love it, first of all. And being able to have an army to play 40k with without having to build and paint an army. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Without having to learn a bunch of bullshit and have your hobby completely overtaken by art. Madness. Absolute madness. Also, I'd just like to note how Dr. Rhino is very casually like, oh, I just decided to build and paint a whole army, and then he does it. It's disgusting. Everything about Dr. Rhino makes me feel like I'm less of a man. Every single thing. Alright, I'm gonna try a touch of cad yellow over this dried magenta to see what it does. It probably won't work, and then I'll come in, refresh my magenta, and we'll start over. I've got a plan. It's not necessarily a good one, but we're gonna do it anyway. It's the tight shorts. Technically, I can never see the tight shorts. Hey, DFW Dweghon, how you doing today, man? How's Tricks? How's Conquest? Let's grab some of this cad yellow, see what it does over dried magenta, see how it looks. Probably not going to look right, and I'll have to refresh it, but I just want to try it out because I haven't done it before. Yeah. So you can see what's happening here is it's just showing up as if, you know, if my fucking camera will focus. This is really off tonight. It's just showing up, it's reading as yellow. And that's just because this magenta oil paint has had several days to go ahead and cure. So I'm just putting paint on top of paint. Normally when you're working with oil paint, you're blending pigments into a single paint layer. So I need to come back in here and refresh my magenta. That's okay, because I got a bit of it right here. Hell yeah, Dweghom! How do you like the game? Conquest is a fucking great game. I'm trying. I'm trying to get my steam up here for a fucking marathon Conquest paint session. I have had almost no luck with painting motivation lately. I keep, you know, the stream is doing its job. It's got me sitting down a few times a week and painting something, but all my extracurricular painting is just non-existent right now. So we're gonna try to get that going again. So let's refresh our layer of magenta paint here, as is necessary. Probably a good idea. It'll clean up some of that gunmetal I did before. You gotta do the salt in the wounds, you gotta. Okay, but that's not the number I want, Dr. Rhino. Give me hours. How many hours did it take? That number's still gonna hurt me, but I want to know that as opposed to days. Like, how much time actually sitting at the desk working? I think 2022 is the year of speed. I'm not gonna do speed. That's not what I'm saying. I'm gonna speed paint. I'm gonna try to let go of my weird hang-ups about painting really slow as much as I can, because I don't have to paint slow. I just do for some reason. Oh, that helps so much, Dr. Rhino. Thank you. Mafik, it's good to see you, man. Welcome in. Holy crap, you guys. From my Discord, you know, because I complained about it. My COVID booster this week. I just kind of went in and got it done because I had the opportunity, thinking, you know, maybe it'll knock me out for a couple hours, make me feel a little under the weather. It fucking destroyed me for like a full 48 hours. It was kind of ridiculous. $50 hours, got maybe 6 hours left. Okay, I don't see, that does make me feel better. Because for me lately, it's been, I'm getting like maybe 8 hours of painting a week. And as long as you're not like, this is like 5 hours of work, then I feel better. You're sitting down and you're putting in the time. And you know what? You deserve to be completing that many models when you're working that hard. The question is, can I have some of your motivation, please? Motivation, please. Got a 3D printer for your friend in Puerto Rico. Next up on your list, starter paint set and army painter washes. Hell yeah, Ren. Spread the love. Spread the hobby. Drain his bank account too. Make him miserable like the rest of us. I mean, super duper happy doing art. That's what I meant to say. Best motivation ever, personal set deadlines, then share them publicly. That doesn't do shit for me. That's all that does is make me eventually have to go, okay, so I didn't do that to everybody because I told them. I tried that. I'm still awful. There's nothing in the world that can apparently make me paint if I don't just want to. This is why I'm not a professional painter. Well, there are many reasons I'm not a professional painter, but that's certainly one of them. It's my very hedonistic sort of work ethic. Well, I'm going to be trying that, Dr. Rhino. I'm going to be trying setting like, okay, this is the amount of time I'm going to do this in. Let's go, go, go. Let's see what we can do. Letting the mistakes go is going to be a big part of it. Pigpen77 knows what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope everybody's having a good night out there in the Twitchverse. Jesus, Dr. Rhino. Jesus. Hunt for the Red October followed by Firefox. I feel like the core of viewers who would really enjoy and appreciate that, Roland, is very small. And the people who would become largely bored by the end of it, that's quite a few people. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they're bad movies. I enjoy both. But they're not exactly riveting films. The Hunt for the Red October is in parts. But it's like, you know, I don't recommend like Greyhound to everybody because it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, you know what I mean? Interesting, Mech. Which one is that? Pigpen77. This is what we are calling the D-Scene design, known as the Trenchfoot. It is a redesign of the classic Battletech mech, the Trebuchet, through the artistic lens of the Japanese mecha designer Kunio Okawara. If you are familiar with any mecha anime, you almost certainly know his work. He worked on the original Mobile Suit Gundam in 1979, and most of the Gundam series thereafter. He is the designer of the original Zaku, which is one of the most famous mecha in history. He's also the designer of all of the mecha in the 1981 Fang of the Sun Dougram, from which several classic Battletech mechs were taken, such as the Shadowhawk Battlemaster Griffin, Wolverine, and a few others. But this was a redesign, and this is a multi-part, multi-pose mech as well. The legs are static. It comes in like I think I did 3 poses for the legs, and then the arms, hip, head, everything there can all be sort of freely posed. And the missiles that are launching are optional. Move on to the next guy, let that set for a minute, come back to him momentarily. Let's thin this down just a wee little bit. There we go. Played Battletech off and on since Battle Droids. Oh, you know about the classics then, huh? You certainly recognize this venerable old goat. This is one of Kunio Okawara's designs from Fang of the Sun Dugram that would become the Wolverine in Battletech. Dr. Rhino, like, oh my god. I'm trying to do 365 in 2022. It's gonna be my goal. If I can surpass it, then I will, but I've never quite made 365. It might not seem like a lot to people, but it's a lot for me. It's just a model a day for a year. It can be done. You don't actually paint a model a day. Usually you batch paint like 10 in a day, and then you don't do anything for 10 days. Or so. I am not a boomer. Excuse me, sir. I am many things, and I will not protest at being called numerous derogatory phrases. But I will not be called a boomer, sir. I draw the line somewhere. As it happens, in this case, it's there. No further. I do like old stuff. I have, you know, a strong sense of nostalgia. I'm a fan of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I'm a fan of Voltron, Defender of the Universe. I'm a fan of 1980s mecha anime. Yeah, sure, okay, fine. Maybe that's all true. Do I not also deserve respect? I am a man. No, you don't. Now dance, monkey, dance. Have some bits here. Take off your shirt. Put the oil paint in your mouth. Well, Dr. Rhino is a big-time celebrity. So I guess I have to do what he says. Gimishkar, are you talking about Voltron Legendary Defender? I like how you say most of the new Voltron. I assume we're talking about Legendary Defender. I don't think that there's been anything since that. I like how you say most of it. Because admittedly it had a few parts, particularly towards the end, that were a bit the vast majority of Voltron Legendary Defender is fucking excellent. I really quite enjoyed it. Good voice acting, good animation, good story. An interesting way of justifying some things that only existed in the original because it was ripped off of, like, 2 different cartoons. They gave the Galra a fairly interesting storyline that I really appreciated. All in all, I liked it. Do I take a break from painting tonight or finish the project? We need more information. Dr. Rhino, give me a first of all, single model or multiple models? If multiple models, how many? And overall, what is your percentage of completion? This mech looks super Zaku influenced, so I'm a stig. This one is not one of mine. This is an original Kunio Okawara design. This is the Blockhead from Fang of the Sun Dugram. And you probably recognize it as looking like the Zaku, because the same man designed this and the Zaku 2 years apart from one another. He designed the Zaku first in 1979, and then 2 years later in 1981, he did this one. Exact same artist. And probably my favorite mecha designer ever. He was one of the first mecha designers who thought, what if this was like a real, actual robot? Maybe I should make it look somewhat practical. freshen up some of our colors on our Thunderbolt, because he got pretty washed out. Really like my colors a bit more vivid. Multiple models, 38, maybe 1/3 into it. You paint tonight, Dr. Rhino. Dr. Rhino, tonight you paint. I had a couple of criteria in my head, answers you could have given that would have resulted in taking a break tonight. But 38, 1/3 in, tonight you paint. It's a good show, Heretic Scott. I maintain that Fang of the Sun Dugram is among, the best mecha anime ever made, as far as people who have a real interest in war fiction. Shortly after Fang of the Sun Dugram, the same writer-director combo would make Armored Trooper Votoms, which is a particularly popular one that largely inspired the game Heavy Gear. And Votoms is good, but it also, I bring it up because it kind of illustrates one of my main problems with the mecha genre, which is so often, I mean, we all know about, like, reusing frames, and, in Votoms, the best way I can describe it is that it focuses a lot on the characters, and when there's, like, a really important battle, it'll have its own animation, and you can generally tell what's going on, but a lot of the time, when a battle happens, like, a ship opens up, and an indistinguishable number of enemies come out. It'll just be like a repeated animation of suits jumping out, and it's like, are there 10? Are there 30? I don't know, I lost count, and it showed the same animation a few times. And then he zips around and he blows guys up for 5 to 10 minutes. And how many guys does he blow up? I mean, you can keep count, but it doesn't have anything to do with the number that actually came out of the ship. And then, eventually the scene ends. And there's no sense of movement. There's no, like, okay, he's here behind cover and the enemy's there, and that's why he can't move. It's just, good guy moves, shoots, bad guy blows up. Good guy moves, shoots, bad guy blows up. Bad guy shoots, good guy gets into cover. Good guy moves, shoots, bad guy blows up. Like, that's the action. That shit drives me fucking crazy. And if you've watched a lot of Gundam, you know that a lot of the time, in many of the series, that's kind of how it goes. Dugram is not like that at all. I'm not gonna say it's not like that at all. There are sequences in it where it veers kind of close to that, but there aren't many. Heavy Gear, okay, this is one of the reasons that I want to get through my fucking backlog and break through my current painting block, is because I've got a bunch of Heavy Gear to paint. I got a bunch of Heavy Gear to paint, guys. And damn it, we're gonna paint it. I want to play it, is why. So we're finishing shit, damn it. I don't care how many times I said that. You gotta keep trying until you get through that painter's block, which is what I'm doing now. But in the point that I'm making is that in Fang of the Sun Dugram, a confrontation will often be between, like, 3 suits total. It'll be like your hero suit, the Dugram, and it'll be like, we have to get across this minefield in this ravine, and there are 2 enemy combat armors of this design, and they are dangerous because they have this weapon, which is heavier than our armor, but they're also slower than us. And the action plays out logically from there. There's a whole sequence where the Dugram has to fight nanotanks. Dugram doesn't have to fight nanotanks. Nobody fights nanotanks. Nanotanks is awesome. Thank you so much for the 19 months, man. But the Dugram has to fight some combat armor in the desert. And the whole crux of it is that it can't stand up in the shifting sands. When it focuses that much weight on the foot of the combat armor, it slips and it falls. Whereas these ones have 6 legs and these big wide pads for feet, so they're able to, like, skim around on the sand. It's like, every fight makes sense. When they're assaulting an objective, it's like, okay, there's an enemy stronghold at the top of the pass, there's infantry at the bottom, Dugram is going to flank around this way and get up here while infantry distracts them. Like, you can follow the battles. And a lot of it is about, like, logistics. Like, how do we move the combat armor from one engagement zone to the next? How do we keep our weapons resupplied? How do we repair damage when we take it? And it slows down a lot in the latter half as the resistance movement and the story gains momentum, because it starts off as a ragtag group of guerrillas with a single combat armor, and it's kind of easier for them. And then later on, when they get troops and more combat armors, then they have to worry about logistics for a bunch of armors, and then they have to move them, and then they're vulnerable to the same hit and run tactics they used to use, and like, it's really good. It's 75 episodes. And the entirety of Fang of the Sun Dougram is on YouTube. You're gonna have to stomach 1981 Japanese animation. And some profoundly silly dialogue, but if you can force yourself through it, the overall writing of the story is excellent. It is, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best, mecha anime. It is my favorite. I don't want to say it's the best. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say it's my favorite mecha anime. That's fair. I can defend it's my favorite. Nobody can prove that wrong. If I say it's the best, somebody's gonna be like, well, actually, the 7th Mobile Suit Team, because the Principality of Zeon. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Bad dialogue, like, people die when they are killed. I mean, it's generally not quite that bad. There's a really kind of, like nauseating love story between two characters, but it leads you to think that it's going one particularly cliched direction as these two separated lovers try to find one another on the battlefield, and then halfway through the series they find each other, and what happens is not what you expect at all. It's like these two kids with these really romantic notions of finding one another and being in love, and when they find one another, they're just like so fucking scarred by their experiences being in this war that they're like, we can't, this isn't gonna work. Like, we're profoundly different people than we were when we thought that we could be together, and we can't now. I was like, oh shit, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. They kinda, they grow up. They're forced to. And it has, I think some people don't like the ending of it because it has a really bittersweet ending. The show actually starts with this image. And this is why I wanted to make the models, is because this is one of my favorite images. The show starts with this image, which is the hero mech, the Dougram, in the middle of the desert, slumped over, disused, rusted, sand-blasted, and just beaten to shit. One of the characters finds it in the desert like this, and then they sort of remember back to the beginning of the Resistance. And that's what the show is. So you know before the show starts, like, our main hero mech eventually winds up just abandoned in the desert somewhere, and it's like, how does it get there? That's completely different, Heretic Scott. That's a very, very different... The ending of Evangelion isn't bittersweet. The ending of Evangelion is like psychosexual confusion. The ending of Evangelion is literally a man talking himself out of suicide by writing a show, and then ending the show with a bunch of people standing around applauding his decision to not die. That's how Evangelion ends. This is a very different sort of bittersweet than that. Good old John Titor. God, every time somebody says John Titor, I want to watch Steins Gate again. Steins Gate's pretty great. Alright, one last swipe here, and then we can come through and do some highlights. I bet you're wondering how I got here. Yeah, the freeze frame as it explodes. How did I wind up here? All bitter and no sweet. There's some sweet. I actually like Evangelion. I like Evangelion more now as an adult than I did when I was a kid. And I think that's because Evangelion hates you for watching it. Evangelion loathes the genre of which it is a part, and as you watch it, it is actively making fun of you for liking robots. And it is like, people like to make fun of, you know, The Last Jedi, like, oh, it subverts expectations. That motherfucker that is genuine subversion of genre, is Evangelion. Where it presents you with things that you think you want, and then it, like, slaps you in the face and calls you an idiot for wanting it. And you're like, I feel weird about this. And, again, as an adult, I think I appreciate it more. As a kid, I was very confused by it. I didn't understand it. I hadn't really watched enough mecha anime to understand what was going on. I was just like, why are the robots sad? Why is the robot eating the other robot? What's going on? Why is the bad man telling the child to climb into the dildo so he can be fired into his mother's spine? I liked, Madoka Magica. A friend of mine got me to watch that, and I did not hate that. I quite enjoyed that. See, I think that's fair to Square, because there's a lot in Evangelion that has to do with suicidal ideation. Like, if you... This is a weird sort of topic to talk about, but it is relevant specifically for Evangelion. If you in your life have experienced, and I'm not going to linger on this topic because it may be triggering for some people and it's genuinely unpleasant. What a thing to be talking about, right as someone raids. Hey, War Duck Miniatures. Hey, War Duck Miniatures viewers. We're going to talk about suicidal ideation in Neon Genesis Evangelion. Are you ready? No? Nobody wants to... We probably don't want to talk about that. We probably don't want to talk about it. I'm going to change the subject. I was about to get kind of dark with it. Oh, come on. That was funny. You're killing me. You're killing me. War Duck Miniatures, thank you so much for... Am I following you, War Duck Miniatures? Welcome in, man. Thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for bringing your people over. What were you working on paint tonight? Let me have a look here. Let me have a look here real quick. Let's go ahead and peek on over here. Ooh. I'm seeing we do some, like, model World War II or World War I planes, or possibly both. I'm not following this channel, but I'm going to go ahead and drop one. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Noisy Peter, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let me close this window. There we go. Did a 10-hour stream, painted a bunch of things. For the love of God, War Duck Miniatures. Go take a nap, man. Congratulations on completing your 10-hour stream, you absolute madman. I hope you got a lot done. Do not feel in any way obliged to stick around. You are probably exhausted right now, my friend. But thank you again so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people. We're going to be here for a couple hours working on some Battletech mechs. We're painting in oils tonight, and I've been kind of rambling about some anime, which is always a good time. And thank you so much for the follow, War Duck, as well. 10 hours is easy. I built for that long every day. You have much more stamina than I do, my friend. Much, much more. Yeah, the whole stream leaves. I'm just saying. I'm not going to go into the topic. I'm just saying Neon Genesis Evangelion has a lot of heavy psychosexual themes, okay? That's all I'm going to say. It was written by a man who was actively depressed as he wrote it, and if you bear that in mind as you watch it, it does make more sense. Oh, you build for a living. Ooh. Ooh. That sounds tiring. Honestly, I gotta be honest, that sounds tiring. I feel like I don't know that I could take that. I respect it. I respect the hell out of anybody who can do it for a living. I feel like I would come to hate myself if I tried it. I do not have that level of well, maybe if somebody was paying me, like, a lot of money. I guess I don't know, because nobody does. Either way, man. Thank you so much for bringing your folks in here. Congratulations on doing your 10-hour stream. And I'll be sure to drop in next time I see you on. I gotta check out your... You have, I didn't really have a chance to look, but you got, like, an Instagram. I'll go check that out, too. What am I printing? Noisy PETA, you can always hit !STL to get a readout of whatever might be on my FDM printer at the moment. I actually have 4 printers in my office. The camera is on one of my FDM printers at any given time. I print a lot of stuff. In this case, it is a Battletech specific item. I make a lot of items for Battletech. Oh, shut up, Roland. God damn it. The Rebuild Evangelion films are a direct sequel and not a reboot. I don't think I've watched those. Spent 10 minutes talking shop and pitching Car Wars to Mike Pondsmith without knowing it was him until an hour later, when I handed the business card to a colleague and this, and he was like, "This is the Cyberpunk guy. What the hell's wrong with you?" Well done, Amish Stig. No Instagram, but a Facebook page. I'll pop over there and check that out then. As long as you got links on your profile, I won't have a hard time finding it. How goes the Conquest terrain? White Wolf, I need to complete one more piece for it, and then I'll be comfortable releasing a set. I want to have 3 pieces in the first set that comes out. Well, it's getting there. It's getting there. I have a little titanium white with my cadmium yellow. I want to make it a nice kind of pale yellow. I think that's going to look better. Certainly going to show up better. Yeah, and I can kind of blend that out. That'll be good. Yes! Yes, it did. As of today, Dwegom. Average about 75 a year completed. That's better than my year so far, man. I do a lot of 3D sculpting these days, and lately I've been much more productive on that front, so my painting has kind of suffered. You know, I work on what I'm inspired to work on at any given time. That, and then I spend lots and lots of time complaining about whatever the most popular movie is on any given day. You know, like whatever it is, the new Marvel movie or something, and I'll be like, I'm way too cool to like that. Let me tell you why you're bad for liking it. That's the most of my charisma, honestly. Dwegham, I'm very interested to see what you do with the Old Market Road, by the way. I got that up. I managed to get Steel Warrior to post that today, and I need to actually publicize that that's for sale now. I didn't do it before I started streaming. I'm going to have to do it afterwards. I've heard lots of good things about Afterlife. Everybody seems to like it pretty well. I think maybe it's just because Paul Rudd is in it. I feel like if you put Paul Rudd in the movie, like, a certain number of people are going to like it no matter what's actually in it. And I don't know that I can blame them. Because he just, like, sweats charm. It's kind of ridiculous. Let's grab another soft brush here. War Duck Minis, thank you so much again for the raid. Thank you for the follow, dude. Yeah, go take a walk, get yourself something to eat, man. Damn. Paul Rudd's barely in it, really? I mean, to be fair, he doesn't have to be in much of it. Nightwatch Games, good to see you. Negative Charisma, how you doing today, man? Got a lot of people in chat. I apologize if I'm not keeping up with everybody. Oof, this titanium white's a couple of days old. It's a little sticky. Little cured SP Fire Starter. 17 months, over a year. Holy moly. Again, I think it's bad form for streamers to question the logic of people when they subscribe to them, but just saying. You know, it's like... I'm trying to think of that. There's a game... Shit, which game is it? There's one of my 4X games. If you play a certain number of turns, it pops up and it's like, maybe you want to go ahead and pause and like go outside and take a walk. I feel like we need one of those. You hit 12-month streak, and it's like, maybe you want to, I don't know, get a hobby. It's just a thought. It's just a thought. I'm not trying to discourage you. How you doing, Firestarter, man? I saw that. Is it an RTS? I thought it was a 4X. The antagonist felt actually threatening compared to the original version. Isn't the antagonist literally the same person? It's Gozer, isn't it? I heard that they do the whole uncomfortable digital resurrection thing with Harold Ramis, and... I don't know about that. I don't know about that, guys. I'm still pretty angry at Bill Murray for not letting us get a Ghostbusters 3 while Harold was still alive. And Space Marine 2, yeah, that is actually pretty exciting. RTS 4X? How the hell does that work? The last game I remember playing that was RTX 4X was like... Star Drive? And I think that turned out to be a scam in the long run. I'm not saying this is going to be a scam, I'm just saying that one was. It was like, the guy sold the game in early access and then abandoned development and just released a half-finished game. You know, one of those. The core of it was fun, though. Yeah, I saw Homeworld 3 is going to be coming out. Looking forward to seeing what you do with those smoke trails. Yeah, me too. I've got no idea. I'll figure it out. I sculpted the damn things. When it comes time to paint them, I'm like, what does smoke look like? We'll do something. We'll certainly do something. Really? Olivia Wilde and they didn't credit her? That's kind of surprising. Stellaris. Okay, no, you're right, Pigpen. I guess Stellaris is... I don't think of Stellaris as 4X because I play it single player and I just pause it, like, every time I do anything. And I'm just awful at it in actual real time with other players. I wind up with whole colonies that I just forget exist for long periods of time. And suddenly they're rebelling because of like 77% unemployment and massive unrest. I mean, it's a Dune 4X game, I'm almost certainly going to get it and play it. I'm just going to complain about it because it's based on a now popular IP, and if I didn't do that, I'd be spoiling my brand. Nightwatch Games knows what I'm talking about. He was one of the... I always talk about how we used to hang out at the local FLGS and just, like, talk shit about popular things and be super toxic and gatekeep for war games. That was one of the places that I did it. I would wait for normal people to come into Nightwatch Games, and then I would just run them off. Like, oh, you think this looks fun, do you? Let's talk about the history of Warhammer and why half the races in it are racist. And they'd be like, I think I'm good. I'm fine. I heard about this from a friend, but I don't think we're gonna play this game. And Nightwatch Games would come over and be like, oh, we really appreciate you being around here, but if you're not gonna buy something, please fuck off. And then, you know, I'd buy, like, candy bar or something. Just enough that I was legally a customer. Those were the days. I was born to it. Merely adopted the nerd rage. I was born to it, molded by it. Let's go ahead and get these on here. Good old Todd. I miss that guy. Yeah, sick Todd on me, and he'd be like, howdy, partner, have you played Wild West Exodus? I'm like, oh, shit. And I'd walk out with like an armload of product I had no intention of buying when I came in. He was good at that. I haven't thought about Todd in a long time. Does he still hang out there? Good old Todd. Gotta love those local game store personalities. Still a regular. Doesn't push Exodus anymore. Now it's Car Wars. Okay. I feel for him, man. Pushing new games is hard work. They so rarely catch on. When they do, it's nice. We had a pretty good Rune Wars community going for a while there. You remember that. It didn't last, but we did get it off the ground. If only FFG had done their part. But they didn't. Most of the LGS personalities here are pretentious. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Kinda nail on the head there, huh?
I'd buy that for $1.
Oh, that's pretty bad, Busy Build. That's on the owners. That's definitely on the owners. It is possible to run a game shop and not have it smell like gamers. Step 1, don't host Magic the Gathering tournaments every single day. I feel like they're responsible for most of that. Ooh, I just lost like half my viewership, just right there. Well, I never, they say, as they click over to somebody else's stream. How dare he? If you're offended by that statement, you might need to take a shower, that's all I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with being a little funky, folks. Something wrong with staying a little funky, though. Alright, let's blend these out. That's a good sign, negative charisma. It's a very good sign. It's not unreasonable to ask that gamers not actively smell. It is weird that we have come to this point where we have to clarify that, but most of us have been enough game stores to know that sometimes that does need to be said. Just doing some quick blends here. Stopped hosting Magic events. MTG is a tricky one because Magic the Gathering brings in a lot of money. A lot, not just money, but like reliable and regular money. You get customers who come in every single release and buy a certain amount of product, and there is value in that when you're trying to run a store. Some of them are dicks. In my experience, some of them are dicks. Which is unfortunate. It is the lifeblood of many game stores, though. Branded our own spray deodorant for free use in our restroom. Nightwatch games. Smell better. If you're wondering if you should use this, you should. I do not mean to cast aspersions on anyone here in the audience who might play Magic the Gathering and like it. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with the game. I played it a long time ago. Haven't for many years now. But if you play MTG regularly and you go to like draft events and sealed and really any events regularly, you know what I'm talking about. There's a certain group of players who make it hard to think kindly of the community. Now you might think turnabout is fair play, and it is, and you could turn around and say the same is true of Warhammer, and you're not wrong. Yeah. And ultimately, you could say the same of any group of people. Some of them are just gonna be dicks. I just had some bad experiences specifically with Magic players. They can sometimes develop the opinion, like when they know that their patronage is sort of the lifeblood of a store, that they're supplying a lot of the money, they can decide that they just own a part of that store. And there is nothing in this world sadder than when a nerd who collects pieces of paper decides to swing his wallet around. It is the tiniest amount of power I have ever seen go to someone's head. And it's just ridiculous. And yet it happens. Thank God we have a Games Workshop here. Yeah, you know, say what you will about Games Workshop, they don't fuck around. But see, Games Workshop stores have the clout to really tell players what's up and crack the fucking whip on them. They'll just straight ban you for a number of reasons. And they know that people are coming back. What's that, Ion Raptor? I can admit good things about Games Workshop. Lost many customers because we've suggested they wash before coming to the store. Jeez. That's so terrible. Oh, when? Wait. Was I one of those? Oh, no. Oh, this puts so much in context. Yeah, exactly, Firestarter. It's possible, Ren, it's just tricky. Now, a plus 35% female community. You guys always had a pretty vibrant community there at Night's Watch. You always did a really good job of getting people involved and hosting more than just your standard hole-in-the-wall local game store. Well, a lot of people, when they open a game store, they run it like literally every other game store. White walls, strip mall location, no real effort going into the decor or theme. The theme of the store is, we sell this one specialty product that you want to buy. Like, that's their theme. You guys over at Night's Watch, though, you went way out of your way from the start to sell a more involved community, broader themed store, do a lot more than just playing games, role-playing events, catered a lot to role-playing groups, Dungeons and Dragons, so on and so forth. You've always been really kind to players who are trying to start new game systems. I've been to game stores that won't let you rent tables out for game systems that they don't support just because they don't really stand to make any money off of it. And, I get it on the one hand. They're giving you a 6x4 table. They'd like it if you were playing something that people could come in and buy. You guys never did that to us, and that's pretty awesome of you. Well, we're talking about extreme circumstances. Ion Raptor. Did we get a shout out, by the way, for Ion Raptor Designs? We really should if we haven't. This guy does some pretty amazing 3D design live right here on Twitch. Alright, that's good enough for this guy. See if we can go quicker on the next one. My wife wants to move to a small town in Washington State in a few years, telling me it would be a good place to start up a hobby shop. I would just say make sure you can afford it. I feel like to really do a good hobby shop, you gotta have a good business plan, and that has to include the ability to not pay yourself for a good while. I've seen a lot of shops go under, and I'm not going to stand here and be like, I have the tips to run a successful hobby store, because I don't fucking know how. I'm sure mine would close almost immediately, but I've seen enough go under to know that it's not as obvious as you might hope. Yeah, a lot of them are just like that. Like, see, I say that, Roland, and you know exactly the shop that I'm talking about. We've all been to that shop. White walls, in a strip mall. They just sort of hang up products, and they hire one disgruntled dude to stand behind the counter. They hoard their space. They scare off what could be good customers. They don't have any real theme to draw people back. We've all been there. And we've all seen that store close, too. They're interchangeable, ultimately. And a lot of them thrive, as I said, off of catering to MTG players. Which makes perfect sense. That's where they're making their money. That's what they should do. But it also can often make it kind of hostile to other gamers. I've had Magic the Gathering players literally come into a store that I was working at the time and not ask me, but tell me to kick other players off of a table because they wanted to run like a booster draft. I've had them tell me on the same night, first of all, tell me, not ask me, tell me to stay open later so that they could run another booster because they thought we were open later than we were. And tell me to throw players off of a table because they wanted to use it for their draft. And I'm just like... Now, okay, I'm not saying... okay. Hashtag not all MTG players. First of all, this particular guy was a dick. I'm just saying I've literally never had any other gaming group try that shit. What was wonderful about that particular interaction was that I was working at a game shop because I had, at the time, I had just gotten out of the army. And I had literally nothing else to do at the time. I wasn't going to school yet. I was just kind of like living the civilian puke life for a little while. And, which, you know, I still am. I love it. But I was not working there because I needed a paycheck. I was working there because I was kind of bored and I liked games. And I think it was kind of staggering to him to learn that threatening to tell my boss, who was a good friend of mine, was not terribly impressive. Only one of those I walked into like a year ago and was told with straight face that Battletech had been dead and gone for a decade. I will forgive that mindset depending on how it's delivered, Ion Raptor. I'll forgive people for thinking that's true. Like, even you have to admit that you can see how someone might get that impression. They're incorrect, but you can see why they might think that. Now, okay, a year ago is a little out of touch. A year ago is a little out of touch because CGL's been doing their thing for the last couple years, and Battletech has seen a huge surge. But, a couple years back, 5 years back, yeah, I get it. I can remember about 5 years back setting up a Battletech game at my friendly local game store, trying to get some friends to play it with me, and having them, like, look at the metal minis and the little, like, flat cast plastic minis with their hug me poses. Just being like, maybe we're gonna play something else. Like, oh, that feels bad. So, okay. These ones, Nightwatch, you can't buy, nor will I accept money for them, and that is because these designs are all the work of a Japanese artist named Kunio Okawara, who is one of my favorite designers, and all I have done is make 3D models of his designs. You can get the files on Thingiverse. In fact, if you enter !model, you should get a link over to my profile on Thingiverse where you can download these files and have someone print them for you. It is possible to go on, like, Etsy and find these models for sale, but I have not authorized those, and those guys are buttholes and they shouldn't be selling those, so please don't buy those. But I have no problem at all with you having a friend who has a printer print these out for you. Now, the trench foot, which would be this one, this is a completely original design, and this one is going to be available hopefully soon as a resin cast mini that you can buy, along with all the custom optional parts like the missile wave coming out of the back there. What do you got? What do you got, Roland? Got an idea to do a sandwich shop / role-playing space game store called Luncheons and Dragon. That would, you know what, I'd go into that store. I'd go into that store, Roland. I can't disagree with Ion Raptor on that one. The Etsy sellers really kind of piss me off. I try not to assume that they're assholes, because maybe they just don't know. Maybe they're just a dude with a printer and they're like, I'm gonna print some free stuff on Thingiverse and sell it on Etsy, and they haven't really considered the legal implications thereof. But also, fuck them. Please don't buy from them. They don't ask us before they do that for the most part. Some people on there have licenses, but most of them don't. I list all my stuff on Thingiverse as no commercial. The licenses are non-commercial. Nobody should be making money off of them. I don't even make money off of them. Because they're not my designs. I didn't come up with these. I just made the models. Very Hobbit sounding, yes. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I don't strictly have a problem with, like, if somebody wants to take my model to a printing service and go, hey, would you print this for me? That's fine. I've had a few people... I actually had somebody over in England. Somebody brought them my models and said, you know, this guy wants me to print these for him. Are you okay with that? I'm like, yeah, thanks for asking. Go ahead. I really don't have any issue with it. It's when I go onto Etsy and I see my design for sale in just a broad listing that I'm like, well, that's fucked up. He could have reached out. He clearly knows where he got it. I have negative charisma, but it's like playing whack-a-mole, and it's exhausting, and all the effort is on me to do it, and they can just keep popping up over and over, and it has ultimately led a number of designers, and possibly myself included, to just conclude, like, well, I'm not gonna put new free stuff out anymore if this is what's gonna happen, because I'm not gonna play the whack-a-mole game trying to keep the sellers down either. It sucks, but it's kind of the reality of it. Like, Ion Raptor, you don't post your stuff up anymore, do you? Hey, what's up, Shukan? How you doing? Let's do some quick blends. See how fucking easy that is? You see that? Like, look at those big chunky bits of paint on here. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Well, I'm just gonna kinda... just like that. That's what I'm gonna do. Fucking ridiculous. I love oil paint. .3D printing and licensing is... it's kind of like the Wild West. There are technically rules, but enforcement is very questionable. Mechanisms of enforcement, again, exist, but are not exactly ubiquitous. A lot of people don't know how the enforcement works. A lot of the people breaking the rules don't know that there are rules that are being broken. It's very freeform at the moment. I imagine eventually it's going to tighten up somewhat. All, you know, digital rights management does. I don't know what form that's going to take. But right now, it's just, it's a free-for-all. Far worse than normal, maybe because packages take forever to get to my area. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What'd you order? Unless it's from Bad Dragon, then don't tell me. If I see a digital designer's work out there that I know is their original work and is being used, i.e. sold, given away, depending, I report the item. The original creator with a link to show them. Ritual Casting has had a lot of stuff get given away. Yeah, I have seen that. And yeah, Ritual Casting is all original stuff. I don't charge any money for anything that isn't completely original. That's sort of my personal rule. That's why all my fan projects and like these models are all up on Thingiverse for free, is because I didn't originate these designs. These are fan projects that I've been working on because I am enthusiastic about the property, but like I would feel weird getting money for them. Speaking of which, Nightwatch Games, if you'd like some of these minis, let me know. I'll just print them and send them to you, dude. I have no problem doing that. I have 2 resin printers that sit, well, okay, I have 1 resin printer that sits behind me, and another broken, what used to be a resin printer that needs to be replaced. But I can print a lot on that. Supernaut, welcome in, man. Good to see you. Also, Gus Schultz, man, we got a lot of cool cats in here tonight. You don't mind me speaking like I live in the fucking Gilded Age. Lots of cool cats. Romeo Void, welcome in. Mannix the Lamer. I'm glad you had fun, Mannix. I know that we talk a lot during my movie nights. Yeah, last night on Discord, on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, we were watching the Two Towers extended cut. We have been going through all of the Lord of the Rings extended cuts over the last few weeks. This upcoming Saturday, we will be doing Return of the King also extended. I don't even know why I bother saying extended. At this point, like, we should all know those are the cuts. Like, who the hell watches the theatrical versions of those movies? What fucking maniac does that? You did, if you weren't there, Amateur Paint Hour, I'm sorry. We watched The Two Towers and we talked about how it was the best ever. But we're doing Return of the King this Saturday. So, you know, mark your calendar. You know, you don't need to Night Watch, but, you know, I won't stop you. I'll just say I have no problem. I feel sure that if we stacked end to end all the favors we've done for one another, I probably owe you. Oh, I'm a Stig. I am 100% a toxic Battletech fan. I'll be like, everything from the Clan Invasion onward is just garbage. Just garbage. If you're not playing 3025, you're not really playing Battletech, bro. I'm not really like that. Like, I do love 3025, but that's fucking stupid. Let's work on a Thunderbolt. Return of the King with all 37 endings. I remember sitting in the theater for that one, for Return of the King, and being like, even knowing the book, I'm like, oh, the movie's over. Oh, it's coming to an end. The credits go. Oh, no, there's another scene. Oh. Okay. Okay, now here comes the... Oh, no. Okay. There's another scene still. Oh, Viggo Mortensen singing. Oh, okay. I guess we're going to listen to that. I was saying last night, I think that's why The Two Towers is probably the best movie of the group, and it's kind of unfair, but it doesn't have to get you started. It doesn't have to do, like, as much as I love The Shire, it doesn't have to walk you through the world at all. It doesn't have to introduce anything to you. It just starts you right off with a fucking wizard having a sword fight with a demon, and you're like, fucking what? This is amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, like Empire. Yeah, where it's just like fucking Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, Tauntaun, lightsabers. There's a fucking Wampa. Oh my god, a Star Destroyer. Now, okay, to be fair, Larabik, the first Star Wars movie does start you off just right in the thick of it. That first shot of the Star Destroyer coming in, like, oh. It doesn't, like, start you off immediately on Tatooine listening to Luke, like, bitch about having to stick around for another season. It warms up to that. Oh, Helm's Deep, Amateur Paint Hour. I don't, like, it's a tough one, because Pelennor Fields is a great battle scene, but Helm's Deep is quite possibly one of the greatest fantasy battle scenes ever committed to film, and I don't feel like that's even particularly arguable. Like, I think it is arguable you could have that argument, but I don't feel like it would be... Like, one member would just be arguing for the sake of having an argument. Wouldn't really believe what they were saying. Unless they had, like, an untreated traumatic brain injury. In which case you probably shouldn't be arguing with them. What I'm saying is if someone comes to you and says Pelennor Fields is the superior battle, get them medical attention. They may have untreated TBI. Thinking of painting a kit bash on Steam. Oh, on stream, I'm assuming, instead of gameplay all the time. Any advice? So have you ever painted on stream before Arson Pancakes? Two questions. Have you ever painted on stream before, and how long have you been streaming? So, like, how comfortable with it are you? Battle of Helm's Deep was almost as good as the Siege and Army of Darkness. God, somebody brought that shit up last night, too. Let's get the hell out of here! Oh! Almost as good. Almost as good as that Raimi classic. With such winning lines as, honey, you got real ugly. Your new, any advice? Well? I'm trying to think of really, really broad advice, because a lot of it is going to be very, very specific to, like, what's your camera setup, you know, stuff like that. But a lot of that you just kind of have to figure out for yourself. The best advice I can give you is have lots of light. Have lots of light on what you're painting. More than you think you need. Lots of light. You really, really need it for it to show up and be entertaining to watch. Another good one is set up your camera before you go on. Plant your elbows on your desk, figure out where you want your mini to be, and mark it somehow. Like, if it's going to be close to the desk, put a little mark for your hands so you know where to hold them, so that you know, like, okay, this is on camera, without having to look and do this number. Or if it's a place you put your elbows, mark those positions, and that way you can just know that you're definitely on camera. Because that's going to happen a lot, is you're going to drift over here. You're gonna drift over here. It's just gonna happen.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Joke's on you, Chaotic Harmony. I'm not thinning my oil paint at all anymore. I'm raw dogging it right out of the tube, baby. Wait, I had a button for this. What was it? Let's do this one. Raw dog!
Elbow rocket! Now!
I don't know how that's thematically appropriate, but I wanted to push that button, so now I've done it. Let me see. What else would be good? You do photography, make a ton of customs. Thought I could stream some other paint process since I do some background. I mean, really, Arson Pancakes, the best advice I can give you is do a stream. Have fun, watch your own stream, figure out what you don't like, change something. Change a little bit every time. It takes a lot of tweaking to get your stream just the way you want. One of the best things I can suggest is for your face camera, and you might already do this for your regular stream, but for your face camera, have your chat where you look to see chat, like either behind it or right to the side of it, so that when you're looking at chat, because that's what I'm doing right now, it kind of looks like you're looking right into the camera. It helps with engagement. What happens if you rest your elbows on your gut? Just put a couple of dots right there. It's gonna be like, ugh. Don't rest your elbows on your gut. Gus, what are you doing? Come on, man. At least Raimi used practical effects, and most of them weren't laughable. He put the good ones up front and the shitty ones in the back. Raimi's a smart man. Absolutely. Absolutely, arson pancakes. I will say that it is difficult to give advice for streamers while you're actively streaming, just because, you know, you're streaming. You're paying attention to all the streamy stuff. Still try anyway. If you pop onto the Discord and ask some questions, we have a number of people on the Thunderhit Studio community who stream their painting who could probably help you out with some tips that I haven't thought of. It's one of the things I actually tell people when they get started streaming is, and I'm not like calling you out or anything, I'm just saying, one of the worst places to ask for advice on streaming is when someone's streaming, and it's just because, yeah, they're streaming. It's hard to parse what you're doing while you're also doing it. But I am happy to give what advice I can. And like I said, we got a lot of people in the community who stream their paint work, and I'm sure that they'll be able to think of some things that I haven't. Oh my god, I have to give a compliment to the clans? Like, to the Battletech clans? Battletech clans. Here you go. You know what, SP Firestarter? Here's your compliment to the Battletech clans.
Ooh, guns.
There it is. That's the whole thing. I hope it was worth it. No, arson pancakes, you don't need to apologize. I'm not like, no. I've got a super freeform stream and I don't mind. I really, really don't mind. I'm just saying, I'm probably not going to give you the best advice live, but I try. We were all new at some point, my friend. You got to get started somewhere, so never apologize for trying to learn. And shit, I'll come drop you a follow and check out your stream. If you post up in my self-promotion channel when you go live, I'd love to pop over and see what you got, man. Show me your moves. That's true, yeah, don't stream when you're in a bad mood. In fact, chat, we've got people right here in chat who stream painting. Guys, if there's anything you can think of that is good advice for someone starting, please feel free to drop it. I absolutely articulated a proper response, Firestarter. You just aren't happy with it, that's all. More accurately, Red Foreman articulated a response for me. Kurtwood Smith. God, it took me a minute to think of his name, which is a little embarrassing. Clarence Boddicker. He's a cop killer. There's some advice, Arson Pancakes. Don't call yourself an idiot. I know. Just kidding. I tell people, though, that's the kind of thing. You gotta be careful with it. That self-deprecating humor, particularly if you're trying to, like, succeed and be an artist, psychologically, it has a way of becoming self-fulfilling. If you say something often enough, you can start to believe it without realizing it, and it can affect you. So I would say don't do that as much. I know we're all kind of tempted to, particularly in the art world. You see someone who's a really good painter and you want to say things like, I could never paint as good as you. I could never do what you do. It's so amazing. And it feels like you're giving a compliment. But I don't recommend it. Busy Builder, you requested that I hydrate 3 minutes ago. I'm really just on water tonight. And I do apologize for that because usually my viewers are able to get me slowly drunk. But I gotta drink some water, man. Oh, God. Oh. Not only does he command the bitches to leave, Supernaut, but the bitches leave. Sorry, Bobby. Are you gonna call me? I literally don't have any beer right now, White Wolf. I'm out of beer. I'd have to, like, go get hard liquor. And you can't make me. I'm taking it easy. Giving my liver a small break. I'll tell you something, as far as painting advice, something that just occurred to me. This is something I like to do. I don't always do it, but I do try to do it, particularly when I'm trying something new, or when I don't have anything else to talk about. Kind of narrate what you're doing. I find that people like that, and I find it helpful, too, for my paint jobs. If I'm like, okay, well, this is what I'm doing now, and this is why I'm doing it. Like, alright, so, you know, here I am, I'm working on this. I got my thinned down cadmium yellow and titanium white oil paint here, and I'm coming in along these hard edges, and I'm delivering a couple of edge highlights down in the shadows. And then on areas where more light would be hitting it, like upturned surfaces, I'll go ahead and I'll put like a little band of color. And then I'll go ahead and do the edge. And then when I come through to blend, I'll kind of spread that out. But you kind of talk through what you're doing. You know, they say when you're streaming, you should always be saying something, and as painters, we always do have something to say. If we just talk about what we're doing and why we're doing it. I also find that it kind of helps me to understand my own process a little bit better. Nice robot. My name's Matt Yee, and I stream on Twitch. I don't know what the fuck that was. Yeah. Just work with me, okay? What the fuck are you doing here, Matt? God, don't you have anything better to do? Ugh, can we shout out Matt Yee? Makes me sick, but I gotta do it. I'm contractually obligated to shout out Matt Yee. And then I gotta say something stupid, like Matt Yee is like a genuinely cool guy who does like really good oil painting in a super casual and accessible way, who's always willing to answer questions and show off his amazing camera rigs and his... he has this way of taking really good photos of minis, like in a way that really complements their paint job, and then he'll tell you how he does it, like... Oh, God, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Guys, go give him a follow. Do you see what I did there? I actually like Matt Yee, but I'm pretending like I don't. It's funny. It's funny. A little bit of humor I'm trying out. Oh my god, thank god I made it to the end of that sentence. How would Matt Yee take a pic of a 30-inch long... What? What are we talking about? But thankfully, it's a USS Discovery. Arson pancakes, dude. Follows are free, bro. And this is something that, I know when you get started on Twitch, follows seem like a really big deal. Follows are free, don't worry about that. Like, never do the whole follow for follow thing, because that's complete bullshit, and it won't help you grow at all. But, you know, it's just spreading awareness. The more eyes you get on your stream, it also puts you into people's list for rating. So if somebody else is finishing their stream, And they're like, oh, I got like 30 people in here. What are we going to do? They want to keep watching some painting. I know this guy. He said he was going to do some painting. Let's go ahead and shove a raid over there. That can help you, you know, get a little bit more visibility. Never turn down discoverability on Twitch. Discoverability on this platform is kind of low as it is. But the painting community is a really, really good one. I think it's easier to grow in the painting community than it is in the general gaming community. Backgrounds for miniatures, eh? Oh, that's kind of cool. Legitimately, though, if anybody out there is interested in starting with oil painting minis, do go give Matt Yee a follow. I've got, like, my little holy trinity of painting streamers that I started following and took a lot of advice from to get started with oil painting. And it's like Wapelius, Steel a Rebel, Matt Yee, with like a side order of Punexpected. Do any kind of planning phase for minis? Okay, I'm exaggerating for comedic effect. I do a little bit. I don't do like a formal planning phase for any of my minis. I'll spend some time thinking about how I want to approach them, and then a lot of the time I'll just kind of come in and start throwing down colors. I'll keep a color wheel nearby to give myself an idea of if something is gonna work, or if I'm like, I don't know what color to put here, I can consult it really quick to come up with some ideas. There are mini painters out there who plan a lot more than I do, though. I'm a pretty chaotic painter myself. Captain Gingerbeard, how you doing, man? You got some of those Rainy River designed paints? For those of you who aren't into oil painting, for those of you who are into the acrylics, I do have to go ahead and recommend Rainy River Designs.
Welcome,
Paints
everyone,
made. Oh,
to
no.
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
This is important. Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. I don't want to see your genitalia. I know you think that yours is special, and someone on the internet said, show me a picture of something, and you thought, I'll make it my dick. Don't do it, though. I'll get TOS'd. But yeah, guys, you can get a link to Rainy River Designs anytime you want in chat by entering !Rainy River, a company run by our very own mods, Kursala and Data Nerd, valued members of the community who have been making acrylic paints, some of their own models, all of the Thunderhead Studio merch. You can pick up Thunderhead Studio hoodies and mugs over there, which are pretty cool. I wear them, you know, a lot of the time. A lot of the time. The hoodies are absolutely my favorite. And yeah, their own line of Rainy River Designs paints, which are some pretty damn high quality acrylic paints. Good for beginners. Got a good number of testimonials by now. Also, flocking supplies. Like, in general, they've got a pretty good spread of products. I definitely recommend checking it out. Particularly if you're into 6mm wargaming, you can get some tanks over there now, too. Yeah, we got a number of new people in chat today, so I think now is probably a good time to mention that we do something on this stream called the Storm Report. It happens every stream, where at the end of any given stream, we do a little art review from the community. If there's something you'd like to submit, if you're a mini painter, if you are an artist of any kind, anything that you've done recently that you just like to get out there and share, just have it be seen. Whether it's something that you finished that you're super proud of, whether it's something you're working on that you'd like some advice on, I mean, yeah, whatever it is. I think it's good. It's good for people to share their art. I've said it once, if I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. We are our own worst critics, folks. And I don't just mean that we're harshest on our own work, I mean that we are uniquely unqualified to judge our own work. You need that outside perspective. And the Storm Report's a good place to get it. Everybody who's in the stream will get a little look at what you're doing. And if you want some advice, we will be happy to give it. It is so easy to post in. All you gotta do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can find by hitting !Discord in chat, or by clicking the little button that's down below my face. Pop over into the channel, mark the Storm Report, and post. It's usually one picture. Because we missed a stream, it is now 2, so you can post up to 2 pictures. And as long as it is in before the report starts at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time, we'll go ahead and take a look at it before the stream ends. Arson Pancakes, thank you so much for the follow. Amateur Paint Hour, what the fuck are you doing? You just followed me? What? You followed me like a year ago. What are you doing? You out of your mind? Oh my god. I'm talking in his pocket at work? I feel so illicit. Ugh, I feel dirty. Like I like it. Did you just unfollow and then follow me again? Hey, what's up, Sheza Gaming? How you doing? Well, thank you for the boost, Amateur Paint Hour. Weirdo. Matt, you still there? What the fuck are you doing? Did you stream today? What are you working on now? Have you finished your purple gobos yet? Oh, I need some more titanium white. Played Magic with a bunch of sweaty dudes. Oh, you're one of the guys we were just talking about. We literally just had a conversation before you came in. About you and your ilk. About what I'm sure you won't mind calling your kind. Arson Pancakes, I appreciate your dedication to subterfuge. I'm really glad that you like them, Captain Gingerbeard. I've had really good experiences with Rainy River Design stuff myself, and I know that, and if you have any feedback, please direct it to Kursala. He is always looking for ways to improve. He's doing this as a passion project, not just out there to make a buck. But the bucks do help you, you know, keep making stuff, as it were. You know, never gonna turn down the bucks, as it were. Yes, Busy Builder. I'm using a combination of cadmium yellow and a touch of titanium white. A few of these spots I went a little overboard, so I'm going to grab a touch of magenta, really, really thin down. Bring a little bit more back in. First time using Pro Acryl, this stuff is funky. I've had good experiences with Pro Acryl. I haven't done acrylic painting in a little while now, admittedly. I'm trying to become the master oil painter. Yes, exactly, Busy Builder. It keeps it from becoming desaturated. It keeps it purple. It's that warmth that I definitely want to hold on to. I don't mind it drifting into lavender territory, but I don't want it to become, as you say, chalky. I think we have, at this point, I need to do a little bit of lensing, which I've got time to do. That's fucking awesome. But I feel pretty good about the purples on these guys. Like, overall, I'm pretty satisfied with these paint jobs. I think I do the lensing, I'm ready to call them done. What do we think, chat? We're gonna look at 2 at a time. We've got our blockhead on the left. Sorry, our Wolverine on the left and our Thunderbolt on the right here. And these are in the colors of the Marik First Free Worlds Guard from Battletech. And then we'll have a look at Double Fisted Robot. Oh, that's what it's all about, Matt.
As Crackling Thunderspunk. Yeah!
Well, obviously, I'm not done with this guy because I got to do these missiles, which is probably what I'm going to focus a lot of my effort on here now, figuring that part out. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do next. I think the lensing will be the last step for the lasers. But then, yeah, we got our Trench Foot on the left and our Shadowhawk on the right. The Shadowhawk in a very dramatic pose. A very dramatic pose. Look at that. Fucking action, man. Oh! I just pinched my finger a little bit there. Watch the magnets, folks. I have new people to tell about Dougram. That's not my only purpose here. It's just most of it. Dougram does rock. Busy Builder knows. He fucking knows what's up. Alright, so. Missiles. Let's think about this for a second. Now, I've already got a nice mix of yellow and white going on here. And that's what I'm going to use real close to the exhaust of the missiles. Because fire is hot closest to the source. This is really complex science, everybody. So I'm going to come in here and grab some of my titanium white. Thin that out just a tad. Because of the way this blends. Now, I haven't done an effect like this in oils before, so we're just going to kind of take it easy. And we can always redo it, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. And I'm just going to kind of slop this titanium white in. And I'll color the missiles themselves after this. But right underneath. You can barely see it because it's going white over white, but I just want to have this white in here. I've got the missiles going in opposed waves. So you can see which one launched first and which one launched last. Kursala would have us go right to red. That's wrong. Don't do that. You can't really overdo this because it's all gonna blend together. Alright, now I'm gonna grab some of my cadmium pale yellow. And I don't want to leave much white, just the faintest hit of it, and go almost right to yellow, almost immediately. Red is, in fact, faster. The missiles might be red, so that they go faster. But we'll get to red. We'll get to red, okay? There's some counterintuitive things about painting fire. Most of you probably already know them, but like I said, the brightest parts are usually the deepest. Applies also when you're painting smoke clouds. You remember that the ignition source is deep, and the clouds on the outside are going to be darkest, so lay your bright colors down into the crevices, which is kind of the opposite of what you will normally do when painting. You know, highlights being high and shadows being deep. Alright, we've got to start. I'm going to pull out some cadmium scarlet hue. And I probably, you know, with oil paints, I probably don't need to use this. I could probably go right to red, but I'm still breaking those acrylic habits, taking it one step at a time. Still got yellow on my brush, so this is going to blend a little bit before I even lay it down. That's fine. Now, you don't want those color bands to be terribly broad. You go in pretty damn close, but for blending purposes, I'm going to lay it kind of lower and then come in with a blending brush. Sort of smoosh them together. Oh, thank you. Alright, there's orange. Now I want to do a little bit of actual kind of a deeper red. Grab some of my cadmium red deep hue. Ooh, I haven't opened this one in a little while. Ooh, there it goes. Okay. And roll the tip of the tube here a little bit. Really want to be very conservative with how much oil paint you take right from the tube. You do not need much. Barely any, truthfully. Particularly coming right from the tube like this. This is the nice thing about oil paints. There are many nice things about oil paints, but one of the nicest things about oil paints is you need very little actual paint, and the tubes will last you a really long time if you're not wasteful. Even if you are wasteful, they'll last you a really long time. Little dab of white spirits to thin that down. Not too much, just kind of to taste. Keep a Leatherman nearby to open paints. God, Matt Yee is a paint savage. He's a paint barian. See what I did there? I combined the words barbarian and paint to imply that he's like a... he is the undeveloped Gaul to my noble Roman. He is the Germanic savage to my erudite Caesar. Alright. I'm gonna do little. I'll try a little blendy blend here. Just kinda pulling the colors up. Narrowing those bands a little bit. Getting rid of the clear delineation between them. It actually worked out pretty well. Forgot a wrong. 23 months. One more button and we're hitting that big 2-4. That's going to be in January, my man. Forgot a wrong. Thank you so much for the support. How you doing? How you doing, brother? Let me give this brush a little wipe down. Pro Acryl Dark Gray has a surprisingly intense flavor. I always find that orange acrylic paint, something about the pigment is just, oh, it has that tang to it, you know? It's good stuff. I was brought a glass of wine. And no, I will not be chugging wine. I know several of you have already thought of trying to make me do that. It's not gonna happen. I'm not quite that willing to disregard my own health. Alright, I want some Payne's Gray. I have used up like all the space on my oil palette, but I'm just gonna keep going. I am not an efficient painter when it comes to my palette. And where's my lamp black? There it is. I got my lamp black. Yeah, one of the worst times that I got completely drunk on stream was on wine. Yeah, that was. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yep, definitely happened. Start working this Payne's Gray in. Start making our sooty smoke. Datron Voltari hitting 19 months. We're hitting a lot of big numbers tonight. That's not what I am the decider means, Sheza. I am the decider means I am the decider, not you. Datron Voltari hitting that 19 months. Ooh, almost a hype train. How about that? I know I'm hyped. That's all that matters. Reach Printception printed a new cooling solution for your Ender 3 and your Elegoo Mars, so I could print a new handle for my Elegoo on my Ender. I am complete. Or are you incomplete? You've got like a von Neumann probe situation going on there. Machines making machines. How perverse. Not at all, Arson Pancakes. Thank you for, dude. I'm glad that you had some fun and hopefully gleaned some useful information. Good luck with your stream. Please feel free to ask for any help in the Discord, and if I am able to, I would love to stop into your next one, man. Thin my Payne's Gray slightly. It's a little thick for what I'm doing. There we go. A little white spirits should get me on my way. Using some of it to just hit the outer surfaces of these sort of billowing clouds. Not getting down in the crevices where I've got my brighter colors. Again, I don't do this effect very often. I'm sure that I could do it better if I used brighter colors, but I'm just kind of making it up as I go. I think for the missiles themselves, I'll go ahead and hit them also with Payne's Gray. Here, have a ramen cup. Fuck yeah, or some pancakes. I'll take it. Fucking love ramen. Even bad ramen. I saw somebody earlier ask about Cowboy Bebop on Netflix. I do have opinions on it. I do have opinions on the Cowboy Bebop Netflix show. I think it's ironic that I started to watch it. I got my COVID booster this week, and I was just completely defunct. So I was like, fuck it, I'll put this on. I'm going to be sitting in front of the TV anyway. I might as well see what this is about. And I did not hate the show. I did not hate the show. I expected to hate it. I went in kind of wanting to hate it more than I actually did, which is an interesting experience for me. And, for what it is, it's not bad. Vicious is fucking terrible. Vicious was fucking awful. Like, he comes off as kind of impotent and sad and lacking in even basic self-esteem. Like, that character's awful. Everything with him and Julia was kind of just wretched. But, the main characters, Spike and Jet, Faye Valentine's not great, but she's not bad either if you just kind of take her as a new, unique character rather than as a play on the character from the anime. But I got to, like, episode 3, and then I jumped on Reddit, like, oh, what's going on Reddit? And it was like, oh, Cowboy Bebop is canceled. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna stop watching this then. Because what am I doing? Oh, no. So that's my opinion. It's not as bad as you think, and then it's canceled. Hooray! Well done, Netflix. You canceled it literally as I was starting to give it a chance. Yeah, you do, Dwagham, you do have to just look at it as its own thing, and you have to accept that it is not the cartoon, and I maintain that the show does not have a good reason to exist, but the performances are entertaining. Mustafa Shakir does genuinely a great job as Jet Black. John Cho is a lot of fun. It's not perfect. I think that if you're a fan of the anime, if you're someone who really loves the anime, you were never going to get much out of it. If you had never watched the anime, and someone was like, Cowboy Bebop, this is pretty good, but you were never going to watch it because you're just not into cartoons, you could probably watch it and enjoy it and get a lot of the story. I still don't feel like it has any good reason to exist, but it could have been way fucking worse than it is. That's as close as I can come to saying that it's any good. And yet they greenlit Cuties 2. Yeah, I don't know. Clearly Netflix has access to numbers that we don't. You know, obviously. But their decision-making protocols are fucking insane and very, very cynical as far as I can tell. They have a ruthless standard for their shows. Which is... Unfortunately, the way that Netflix handles their shows has put me in a position of just like, did Netflix make it? Then I'm not gonna watch it. I just won't watch Netflix shows anymore unless there are already 2 to 3 seasons, because strong possibility it's just gonna get canceled. And what am I doing this for? It's not a cartoon, Mom, it's an anime. It's a serious medium. This just reminds me of a fucking shot in the Venture Brothers with shit, what was the name of the robot in Venture Brothers? I don't remember. Damn it. Him and Brock Sampson talking. Brock's like, nah, man, it's about love and loss and pain, and he goes, bah, 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 bah. It's like, well, yeah, and hobbits, but more than that. Hey, what's up, Waffles? Thank you, helper. I haven't watched Venture Brothers in a long time. Well, Kursala got the full name. There's like a bunch of Venture Brothers that I just haven't watched. Not sure exactly at what point, because I'm not sure how much longer it went on. I think the last episode I saw was like a Halloween episode. It had become really self-referential. Was it the Halloween episode where there was like an entire graveyard full of dead Hanks and Deans that got awoken as zombies? I feel like that happened. There's a fist getting launched. Oh! This fist of mine glows with an awesome power. Grab a little lamp black. Get it down here on the inside base where it's going to be real dark. It's mostly just soot, not really shadow. Alright, let that sit for a minute, do a little blending on the underside. Aren't all rockets just mobile fists that explode? That's pretty shaky logic, Dweghom. Like, I don't oppose it entirely, but I don't know that it has anything to do with truth. Dude, 2 monitors is fucking awesome, Waffles. I don't know what I would do without multiple monitors at this point. I technically have 3 monitors, it's just that 2 of them are on my main station, and 1 of them is over here for streaming. And then, I guess technically I have 4. The 4th one is really just an art tablet. I'm a little jealous of Vergaderung's new setup where his art tablet is on like a swing arm that he can move in. I kind of want to do that. Aren't rockets just spicy bullets? Ren, I like the way you think. This is an insane conversation. Like, the more I read it, I think the dumber I get. I'm sorry, Seapots. You followed me 6 minutes ago, and I didn't give you the standard greeting, and that's just not the way of things around here. Seapots, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. That goes for you too, Han Cholo. Thank you so much for the follow. Now, on these actual missiles, I'm gonna want to wait a little bit because oil paints do demand they demand a little bit of patience. I'm gonna want to wait on these, let that cure a little bit before I come in and I do kind of wipe away the excess paint, and then I can do some more color on them. And I think I'm gonna use cool colors to sort of differentiate them from the flames and the smoke trails. This is the theory. We'll see how that goes. Give them some colored tips. Hey, Merlin Models. How you doing, man? Can we get a shout out, by the way, from Merlin Models? A truly fantastic fellow, and an excellent painter. I don't know what I'm drinking, but it's delicious. Oh, thank you, Nightwatch Games. Yeah, it's coming together. I'll take a break from the missiles for a little bit to do a little bit of laser lensing on the rest of these fellows. I think the effect is a little weak from the side. I'm going to put some thought into that. From the back, though, I think it looks pretty good. It's a little stark. I might blend it a wee little bit more. In fact, now would kind of be the time to do that, probably. I think that if I just kind of pull from the bottom up closer to the rocket exhaust. This is one of the cool things you can do with oil paints. I'm just kind of reaching down here into the orange and the red and kind of pulling it up through into the white and blending it all together as I go. See how easy that is to do? It's stupid. You really don't want much white. You want just that little shock of white right at the base of the missile. Here I've got a lot of yellow, so I'm going to pull that orange up. I think that's a little bit better. These are all oil paints, Merlin Models. M. Laffer 79, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Do the same from the bottom here. Give those missiles a little chance to cure, and then I can do some detailing on them. Alright. I have some lasers. Some lasers to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay down a couple of quick colors. Here in just a second, I am going to take a short bio break to stretch my legs and let some of these colors cure, and then I'll come back and I'll do the lensing and address those rockets a little bit. And then in just about 1 hour, about 50 minutes, at 8:30 Mountain Time, it will be time for the Storm Report. We will go ahead and have a look at what you fine folks have been posting, see what the community has been up to. Oh, I don't need to do that. I've already done that. Any other autocannons? Everything else is like a laser weapon. Okay. So for laser weapons, I'm going to take some phthalo green. And just like I did with my magenta at the beginning of the paint session, I'm pretty much just putting in a little layer of phthalo green in the tips of the lasers because that will give me some nice wet green paint to blend into. And we have the ball gag laser on our Wolverine, always a fan favorite right here. And then we have... I'm not going to lens this laser. It's pointing towards the ground. No photo's ever going to catch it. I'm just not going to do it. You guys will know that it hasn't been painted, and no one else will. Don't tell anyone, okay? But these two lasers, they need to be done. Because they're pointing forward. Yeah. Matt's going to tell everybody. Oh, shit! Well, I guess I'm just screwed then. And then this laser also facing forward. Alright. Already posted on Facebook. I shouldn't say these things. I should know I can't trust chat. Never trust chat. Anybody needs advice streaming, never trust chat. Chat is fickle. Alright. We're gonna let that cure for just a few minutes while I take a bio break. I'm gonna stretch my legs. And I'll be back in just a few, folks. In the meantime, please enjoy my 3D printer. It's honestly kind of mesmerizing. The first time you get a 3D printer, you're gonna wind up spending a lot of time just staring at it. It's like it draws you in. When you stare into the Ender stares back into you. Though in this case, it's an Elegoo, but that I don't know. That doesn't fit the saying as well. So you know. A nozzle cam, like on the nozzle, that might just make you throw up. My BRB screen would be completely untenable at that point. Like, alright, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. Or, you know, do. I'm not really the boss of you. But it would be awesome if you didn't, if you hung out, because I'd love to see you when I get back. See you in a second. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Whew. Had to run outside just now, and God, yeah, it was like bizarrely warm today. We're supposed to be in late fall, almost into winter right now, and it was like 65 degrees outside in Colorado. This time last year we had multiple blizzards by now. It's bizarre. Just wandered outside today in a t-shirt. Oh God, what's in my pocket? Why is it stabbing me? Make it stop. Okay, there we go. Much better. I was just thinking about it because I had to run outside just now and turn off I had the heater going in my game room because it was actually colder in my game room than it was outside from the air that it had retained insulated from the previous night. And I had to run out and turn that off. I was like, oh, it's gonna be cold. I better make it quick. And I go outside and I'm just like, it's fine. It's just fine. Commander Mittens, how are you doing today? Can we get a shout out, pretty please, for the one and only Commander Mittens, one of my personal favorite streamers to hang out in the chat of. Commander Mittens is just all charm. Just all charm. The only part of her that isn't charm is talent. One of the most... what's the word I'm looking for here? I like to try and really figure out, like, what paint streamers kind of specialize in. We're all sort of different. I rank Commander Mittens up there with, like, Drax. Because a lot of us try to be super duper crazy artistic and experimental and do lots of weird stuff and work on wild projects and get things done occasionally. Maybe I'm describing myself, I don't know. Commander Mittens fucking works. Sits down with a model, gets that shit painted, paints it until it's done. And it's really impressive results. Very, very, I never want this to be taken the wrong way when I say that someone's results are very achievable using what I think are fairly standard techniques, but done just really, really well and really diligently. I really enjoy watching Commander Mittens paint. You guys should definitely go give her a follow if you haven't already. Not Shax, Drax. Ren, I'm talking about Drax. It's another painter. Another painter here on Twitch, Ren. You should follow Drax, too. I don't think he's here, though. Sometimes Drax stops in. We don't have any fires in Colorado. Do we have fires in Colorado right now? I don't think we do. Maybe I'm just not paying attention. I don't think we do right now, though. If we do, they're far away. Earlier in the year was terrible for that. The sky was just red for months on end. I'm looking forward to actually getting some streaming done out in that game room. It's set up. It's ready to go now. The cameras are working. The microphones are working. I have it set up so that we should be able to play a game, take a short break, move the cameras, and then, this whole stream, everybody in the stream right now, every single viewer, Sam Mini, is a paint streamer. We call it a circle paint. A circle watch. Oh God, what are we doing? Paintception. I'm hoping that what we'll be able to do is have some people visit me to play games, live stream our gameplay, which is just going to be nonsense because, just fair warning, we're in Colorado. We're probably going to be stoned. I'm thinking we're going to call it like Hotbox Tabletop, and our tagline can be, wait, whose turn is it? And we'll have a good time. We'll fuck up the game. We'll play it. And then I've got 2 chairs at the end of my game room, 2 nice kind of armchairs. And we'll take a break. We'll turn the cameras down there. We'll shift the lights around. We'll sit down. We'll bring the stream back, and then we'll just bullshit about the game and what we learned from it and how it went. I've been kind of trying to get... No, you stream art though, Project Dark Fox, and probably talk about movies. Yeah, that's almost inevitably going to happen. You don't want to redeem channel points to eat edibles unless it's at the beginning of the stream roll, and those take like a good half hour to 45 minutes to come into effect. It didn't. It did not work, Busy Builder. Please try again. At this point, we could use some snow. We've gotten one dusting of snow this entire fall, and it's absolutely stupid. I don't know if Matt E or Dr. Rhino are still here. They've probably scuttled off underneath their rocks to paint more fucking armies in the time it takes me to get through one model, but I am hoping we've been kind of bullshitting a little bit about Dr. Rhino and Matt Yee maybe hopping in a car, hopping in Matt Yee's little gremlin that he likes so much, cruising on over, playing some games, you know, stream them, record them, do what we gotta do, produce some content. That's what they call us, right? Content creators. We should probably create some content from time to time. I think that sounds like a lot of fun, though. I don't know if you guys are really gonna enjoy watching us play games badly, but we're gonna try it out. If we're playing tabletop games, it'll probably be longer than a 4-hour stream. It's very likely that for those streams, we'll start earlier in the day, and we'll probably go fairly late. Yeah, Dr. Rhino, like, okay, but I asked him today how many hours he actually spent on his latest, on painting this whole army, because he's like, I did it in like a week! How much time did you, like, okay, you did it in 7 days, that's fine, but how many hours? And he's like, oh, 50 to 60. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. If I spent 50 hours painting an army, I would probably be able to get it done, but for the love, even if I have the time, I can't sit down for 50 hours in a week, I'll go crazy. And I'm not, what I'm saying is, I massively respect his diligence and his commitment to getting that shit done. That is impressive. Grab one of my little makeup sponges here. Let's see how we're doing on these here missiles. I would very much love to have both of those guys out here, though. Dr. Rhino and Matt Yee there are a number of people that I've met since getting on Twitch, like people that I've met here on Twitch. Matt Yee and Dr. Rhino are top of the list for people that I genuinely want to meet, as far as other streamers go. There are a number of fine people who have come into this stream who mod for me, who hang out in the community. I would fucking love to get a drink with some of you fine folks, but as far as streamers go, people I'd really like to hang out with and actually play some games, Matt E and Dr. Rhino are right up there. I've been talking about conventions for the next year. I'm still not sure which ones I might be able to hit, but we're starting to kind of figure that out. I'm hoping that this latest, like, new COVID variant concern is... You see how easy that was? All I did was put Payne's Gray on there, let it sit for a few minutes, and then gently remove the excess with a makeup sponge, and honestly, like, those missiles look fine. I don't know that I'm gonna continue fucking with them. I think that's pretty good. I'm not sure where you're at, Crossbow Roof. Now, I am, like, right in the middle of the country, so it's generally possible to drive out here, but not always. You know, for those of us who live in the continental United States, of course. Northeast Ohio, that is a little bit rough. That is a little rough. But, you know, if you're ever in the area for, like, a convention or something else, please do feel free to hit me up. I can't guarantee that we'll be able to get together, but I generally have the space to put people up. And I've got a game room, and I am not afraid to use it. Yeah, Vergaderung lives in, like, fucking Mordor or something. Alright, let me see if I can get some little lensing effects done here. And I should be able to use the same combination of cadmium yellow and titanium white that I've been using. Ooh, almost just dipped that right in my vino. That would have been disgusting. that out. Grab some more titanium white. Forgotten Land. Someday I'll actually have to stream. I always feel weird being in the community. My face is mostly a mystery. You know, you don't necessarily need a face cam to stream. Steela Rebel streams without a face cam. I don't even think she has a face. Nobody can prove that she does, but she's a fantastic streamer. Alright, let's see how that does. Going skiing at Breckenridge, that's really not too far. Let me know when you're going to be in the area, Nightwatch Games, because we may very well be able to put you up for a couple of nights. It wouldn't be convenient to stay here and then drive to Breckenridge, but maybe just for a day trip or on your way out, particularly if you're flying out of DIA. Well, Commander Mittens has, like, an adorable little avatar that, like, moves when she talks, though. It's fucking hilarious. Ooh, Phaedros, I'm excited. Amishtig, she is in Japan. So she goes on at, like, 3 a.m. my time. Which I couldn't tell you what that is in British time. Not offhand, I'd have to look it up. Now just a dabble do ya. Here. I'm gonna sketch out my lens. And then just kind of pull that towards the middle. With another brush. That's entirely possible. But then you're talking UK, so lunchtime could mean something totally different. You guys have all sorts of crazy phrases. I don't like to assume. Like, is that before or after afternoon tea? I have no clue. Alright, let's do the other one. Merlin models. Always appreciate the lurk, Commander Mittens. Oh, welcome back. How's work going, Arson? Pardon, I sometimes get quiet when I start doing teeny work like this, because I get very intensely focused. I always love that combination painting Lord of the Rings meme, you know, the one when they show Gollum doing the... It's like trying to dot the I on a mini. Like that, yeah, that's me. I don't really need to be that way. One of the nice things about painting with oils is that if you, like, make a mistake, it's so fucking easy to clean up. It's much easier to clean up most of the time than with acrylics. It depends on exactly what you're doing, but... if you spill some, or if you slop a little bit of oil paint on an already cured section, like, you can just wipe it right up. It's real easy to do. All I'm really trying to do is lay down a little glob of yellow so I can pull it out towards the center. There we go. Put a tiny bit more in the corner here. Alright. Almost the end of your shift, and you get to go home and prep the table for streaming. Oh, so you're going to be starting after this, eh, Arson? I might be able to stop in tonight. We'll see. And then just kind of gently blend that into the phthalo green that I have as my primary color. Touch more yellow in the very corner to give that a little bit of glare. And times like this is when oil painting is really nice, because when you're doing stuff like this with a super fine brush with acrylics, your paint can dry up on your brush. And that's one thing that is absolutely not going to happen with oil paint. It just won't. You'd have to sit here for a solid, like, 48 hours before your paint would cure on your brush. And if you're taking that long to do details, you might have some issues to address. Riot, sister, good to have ya.
Hello there.
How you doing, Riot sister? How was Din Din's? Wait, Din Dins, that sounds plural. It would be how were Din Dins? I'm not sure exactly how to structure that question. Oh, Merlin Models, that's that's one of my favorite, I guess now considered old Hammer figures that you're working on. I never got around to painting that one, but I always liked it. And I'm very curious to see what you wind up doing with it. That's decent. That's decent. That's close enough. Let me do a little glare dot and then move on to my other lasers. I don't want to waste too much time on this guy. My titanium white. I just had it. Son of a bitch. It was right here when I started. Oh, there it is. Okay. Din Dins is singular. Sheep is plural. Cussed out by a customer for something that wasn't my fault and got called a useless buffoon. That's an unusual insult. Useless buffoon. Did you piss off the Monopoly guy? You buffoon! How dare you, sir? How dare you? My family built the east wing of this hall. Whose name do you think is on that plaque behind you, you useless buffoon? Obviously, I wasn't there. I just imagine that's probably how it went. Is the Monopoly guy also the Pringles guy? Yes. You figured it out. Absolutely. Related to Mr. Peanut, interestingly enough. Just a dabble, do you? Don't ask about the genetics involved there. It's all pretty convoluted. Come on. Trying to leave just one little dab of pure white in here. I'm doing it over a wet oil, so it's a little funny. Yeah, that's not bad. Look at that. Couple of green lenses in the end for the laser there. How's that look? I might do a little bit more work on the missiles, but this dude is pretty close to done by my reckoning. Alright. Couple more lasers. More cad yellow. Touch more titanium white. Nice pale yellow to work with. I really got to get better at the economy of my palette use. So this is an instance where I'm going to go ahead and take my little magnetic puck completely off of my paint grip and use the claw. The claw grip that lets me use the heel of my palm to really brace everything, and then my thumb over here without gripping the model and giving myself plenty of space. That's really the idea behind this paint grip, is it just gives you a lot of options for how you're going to hold your model. I'll muss this lens a little bit there, but that won't be hard to remove. Not hard at all. I'll just take a little dab of white spirits. Run this down along the edge, and I should be able to pull that yellow out. the claw. It's good advice just in general, Arson. Streaming when you're in a bad... Well, okay. I won't say that that's universal advice. Because I have had instances where I've been in a bad mood, and I've just been like, fuck it, I'm gonna stream anyway. And by the end of the stream, I've been in a good mood. So, you know, you gotta adapt everything to your personality, how you feel about streaming, how much you enjoy it, consider, you know, like, because, I don't know, everybody enjoys streaming in different ways. I usually come out of a stream feeling pretty energized. So sometimes I'll be like, I feel like shit, I'm gonna do a stream, and then I come out and I feel pretty good. So your mileage may vary. And really, that applies to everybody. I'll tell you, I don't know if you're familiar with Harris Heller. He streams, I think, mostly on YouTube now. He used to... I think he still streams on Twitch sometimes. He has a YouTube channel. It was called Alpha Gaming. Now I think it's called, like, Senpai Heller or something stupid like that. I think that his industry takes are kind of shit, because if you listen to him, he'll be like, Twitch is dying, and I think he's just completely full of shit on that. But when it comes to technical advice, not just technical advice, but also broad streaming advice, like how to relate to your audience, how to think about streaming, how to have a realistic outlook on growth, things like that, stuff that's really kind of hard to wrap your mind around in the beginning, he gives great advice. I would go check out some of his early stream building videos on YouTube. Most people know him because he does Stream Beats, which is a free library of music that people can use. In fact, you'll see Harris Heller pop up a lot on Pretzel. Again, I think his industry takes are kind of bullshit, but what do I know? Either way, the guy's definitely good at streaming. And he gives some truly fantastic advice when you're just starting out. Yeah, I gotta use that brush restore. I'm already starting to split my tips quite a bit. Why did I make these lasers so small? I literally sculpted and printed these files myself. I had all the power in the world to make them as large as I wanted to make them, and I made them fucking tiny. Now I'm having consistency issues, which is why I keep having to redo this. Alright, let's try one more time. There we go. I just wanted that bright spot in the corner. Alright, let's grab a teeny tiny dab of pure white. What's going on here? There's like one random loose hair on this brush that's just going off in a crazy direction, and it was throwing me off. Okay, you need some attention. I'm going to set you to the side for now. Let's go to this fellow. He's nice and fresh. And a good candidate for that dab of pure white. A little bigger. A little bigger. Yeah, that's not bad. A laser lens. Pew, pew, pew. Do you do battle reports with your Battletech? So I have not done official battle reports so far. We're just gonna kind of play with the format as we play some live games and see how that goes. I'd like to get into doing some battle reports over the course of the next year. I'm not gonna make any promises, but we'll see. Alright, lensing is already done on this fellow for the 3 on his chest and the 1 on his arm there. So I think the Thunderbolt is done. I think the Shadowhawk is done. Oh, I see one thing I need to do on him, but I'm just going to leave that for the moment. And I believe that the trench foot minus a few touch-ups on the missiles is pretty much done. You've never seen anyone play it. Oh my, we might have to fix that. It's a good game. I will warn that a lot of people are like, let's do Alpha Strike, we're gonna have 30 mechs per side. My style of Battletech tends to be, we have 4 mechs each, and it's very granular. I love classic Battletech. Only thing I didn't get done is doing the lensing on the ball gag on Mr. Wolverine here. I'll hold off on that for the moment. I'll get these guys based, and I'm going to take some photos of them. I'm going to have to give them at least 24 hours to cure before I can varnish them. But all in all, I think these guys came out pretty good. We could. That is entirely possible to do for Gadarung. We could consider that. I'd love to play a game with you. So let's take a last look at what we've done tonight, folks. It's been lots of kind of fine work on these guys, getting them over that last leg to the point where I'm happy giving them a varnish and calling them done. What do we think? This is the classic Dougram Lance. We have the, and obviously he's the only one who's attached to a base. I have their other bases done, I just need to glue them down to them. These are our first Free Worlds Guard battle mechs in old anime style. Something, I don't know why, I really, really love these old weapons that they had in Dougram where there would be this grip that folds out to the side and then they grab on to brace it. I don't know, there's something about that design that just really appeals to me. The same thing is true on my Battlemaster, who I need to paint one of these guys. This is another one that I sculpted. I need to get a paint job done on. I'll probably go ahead and do one of these at least in the same scheme. You're not wrong, Merlin Models. We pretty much have all the same terrain. We could lay out the same map. And we'll have to lens because this guy has these funny little reverse nipple guns. Battlemaster has 2 rear-facing medium lasers, so I'll have to lens these goofy little things. You never seen Battletech, Arson? It's a classic. The game's like 35 years old. It's like as old as I am. And these are the official minis for it. Like, this is the Catapult. They're new minis. They actually look really good. They're totally worth picking up. Where's the other one that I had? Oh, here. For reference, when I first started 3D printing, I also did First Free Worlds Guard. And this is for comparison. I think mostly what stands out is the more vibrant purple on the new paint jobs. And the fact that when you turn this guy around, he looks like a fucking mess. Oh, God. I'm gonna try Time Stop. I'm gonna try. I can't promise that they'll be available before the end of the BOGO, but I am gonna try for that. Yeah, and also weirdly easier. Like, this paint job, it took me a while because I was just kind of experimenting and seeing what worked, but once I landed on a technique, like, this paint job was fucking easy. Like, really easy. What's a robot? What's a mech? It is a game set in the far future, with the earliest era starting in the year 3025, Arson, called Battletech. All you need to know about it is that everything in the galaxy sucks and people pilot giant mechs. So, like, this is 6 millimeters, so the human would be about 6 millimeters tall, so a person sits inside this head, the cockpit there. You can actually see the little hatch on top, and that would flip up and open. Actually, for reference, you know what I have? Where is it? I just saw it. I have a Battlemaster with an open cockpit. I just looked right at it. Oh, there it is. That's why I couldn't see it. I want to paint some of these guys. I haven't painted any of these, but I did sculpt them. This is a Battlemaster, that one with the big dome, but with an open cockpit. It's, oh my god, its arm fell off. Oh, I remember, because I broke it off and then I failed to glue it properly. It was just kind of stuck on there. So ignore that its arm just fell off. But yes, it is a kneeling Battlemaster with an open cockpit, and if you look in there, let's see, can I get it to actually focus on that? It's primed black, so it's kind of hard to see. But there are actually 2 seats in there. There's one right up in the front, and then there's one kind of situated behind it, sort of like a fighter jet.
I know.
Hey,
you're really
pun expected. Good to
head,
see you.
But your camera is not.
And then this is a kneeling version of the one that I just painted. See, with his arm hanging at his side. And you can see into the cockpit there. The little upper hatch is open, and a dude would jump down in there, and there's a little seat and some controls. It's a very, very small scale. I feel like I had another one in that posture. Oh yeah, and then of course there's the, I've got one that Gus Schultz actually painted for me, but I need to do one of these. This is my favorite pose for the Shadowhawk / Dugram, and you can see how the cockpit actually fully hinges open on this one, and there's a seat in there and some controls and whatnot, but this is the derelict Dugram. Abandoned in the desert. I keep meaning to do more in this style, so that you can use them as, like, battlefield debris, you know? Or as objective pieces. They're not particularly difficult to do since I finished the models. This one has a different style gun on his shoulder, because this is actually modeled after the the anime that he came from. I know what time it is! Oh no, Datron, this one has... I've done all of them with Dougram accurate weapons. This is the Shadowhawk with Dougram accurate weapons. I've redone its... This one doesn't have the arm cannon because he doesn't have it in that posture, but... Do I have any with the Dougram accurate? Well, this laser is more accurate to the anime, but I have another one that is actually accurate to it. I have Dougram accurate, Thunderbolt, Dougram accurate, Bigfoot, I think all of them at this point, including the Wolverine. I've even done the version of the blockhead that has the 2 machine guns coming out of his chin instead of the medium laser. Because that's the only difference on this one. If they're not up on Thingiverse, they should be up on Thingiverse. I feel like I posted them. If they're not up there, let me know. I don't know what the fuck I've got up on Thingiverse anymore. Alright, let me get my oil palette put away here. We're gonna phase on over into the Storm Report and see what you fine folks have been posting since our last stream. Just gotta move stuff out of the way so I don't, like, knock into it. For having such a big desk, I have surprisingly little free space on it. I don't know what that says about me exactly. This guy's back here. Next to the peasant bowman. Brushes out of the way, palette out of the way. Oil tubes over there. Throw away my white spirits. And let's have a look. Merlin Models, thank you again for being here. What's up, Ravencat? How you doing? I was just talking about Dougram earlier. It's a show you should... Ravencat, if you have any interest in mecha anime, watch it. It's 75 episodes. It's from 1981. It's all on YouTube. If you can push yourself through the fact that the animation is very dated, it has one of the best and weirdly most realistic storylines in all of mecha anime. Like, it has more concern for realistic confrontations and outcomes. It has battles that you can really follow. It deals with questions like the logistics of having giant combat armors. How do we arm them? How do we repair them? Yes. Yeah, very much so.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
That's it. That's it, chat. I'm reorganizing my fucking desk in the morning. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. Get out of here. Get out of here, tubes of oil paint. You don't belong here. You're too good for your home? Oh my god, did I just reference an Adam Sandler movie from the late 90s? I'm ashamed of myself. I can do better than that. It's just disappointing, really. There we go. I've got some elbow room to work with. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, Datron, I probably didn't update it because that's about the time that I realized motherfucker was selling my designs on Etsy and I didn't want to just give them away. I gotta... Is Ion Raptor still around? We need a better way to distribute files. Maybe I could do like a free file distribution on Steel Warrior Studios. Because I want people to be able to get these files, but there should be some stopgap to keep it from being literally any asshole with an Etsy account who wants to download it or search for it on Thingiverse. Because I don't want them generally for sale. There's the one thing I do not want, and that is a difficult thing to prevent when you post to cults or Thingiverse. So up here, can only get them on Thunderhead Studio Discord. I mean, I could do that. I could have like a Drive link or a Dropbox link on the Discord, so you'd have to come to the Discord to get it. That would probably be more work than most resellers would do. And if there was just a link, I couldn't monitor who was actually downloading it, but It would be better. It would be better than Thingiverse. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. I think I'll probably try that, and then when it blows up in my face, I'll save all the files to a thumb drive, and then I'll ritualistically destroy it. And then delete them off my hard drive. That's what I'll do. Alright, let's see what we've got. Up first from Marik. Tank number T345 says the Abyss Marine soldier from the Watchtower. Yeah, what is it? Replies the tank crew, who's slacking off at the gunport. Is chasing one of the Blood Eyes scouts. I like Mafik's writing. I never want to give the impression that I am in any way making fun of Mafik's writing. It makes me chuckle because it has that English as a second language awkwardness to it, where it's you know what he's saying, but it's charming, is what it is. And there's this whole universe that he's created is just so batshit off the wall crazy. Leech mites are one of the Broke Voids? Broke Void? Black Void? I don't remember which void he's talking about. Deadly sea creatures and the coastal navy's best coastal artillery tanks. Leech mites are similar to hermit crabs, but can destroy ships and submarines, also mechs. These creatures known as the mother of sea abyss's marauders. Leech mites often replace their shells with broken parts, such as giant empty sea mines, etc. The coastal navy tamed them through the white slimes, which we're going to see in this picture. There's a whole race of slimes. Because the leech mites and the white slimes have a common exchange favor, which is the white slimes eating the scraps and gaps of the leech mite's body. Okay, this could be taken way out of context. Oh god. And to return the favor, it gives protection for the white slimes. Oh, I'll bet it does. The tank shells are armed with 230 millimeter... Marik. I love that you put in parenthesis that 230 millimeters is 2.3 centimeters. Oh god, I love metric. 230 millimeter Abyss cannon and 50 millimeter or 5 centimeter AA guns. Oh my god, it is a horrible beast, isn't it? Look at all the adorable little white slimes climbing all over him. Someone doesn't have a resin printer, will not be able to have it, would be able to have Steel Warrior Studio. Yes, I should mention that, Arkrave. If you're going to pay someone to print out my designs, I would prefer that it be Steel Warrior Studios. If you've got like a local buddy with a printer, that would probably be the best. If you're gonna pay somebody to do it though, Steel Warrior Studios is certainly my preferred. Like I'll get a few cents off that deal at the very least. Yeah, I noticed there's one hanging out in his mouth. He's just chilling. He's not at all concerned that this big horrid monster is going to eat him. I assume he's rolling around in there. He's eating little bits of bad guy that get stuck in his teeth. These guys are just chilling up on the cannon. They got no quarrel with anybody. This is wonderful. Marik, your work has this unique combination of horrifying and adorable that I just find incredibly charming. I like the texture that you've done on the shell too, and the various spots and coloration. Yeah, if anybody's gonna do a good job, it's gonna be Steel Warrior. And then he's got a big ass bank of cannons just embedded right in his back here. It's like a mortar cannon. Holy crap. And a little periscope. Because he's creeping around underwater, busting up submarines. Really cool work. Really cool work, Marik. And I know that many of you are thinking, what the fuck am I seeing? I recommend you hop on over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord. Marik has his own art channel there, where you can see a lot of his combined work in this style, and it is... I really like it. There's so much imagination to this world that Marik has created around his sketches and his art. There are characters, there are a whole series of tank waifus that'll blow your goddamn mind. It's worth checking out, folks, particularly if you think the slimes are cute, because there's a lot of those. Marik, really great work, dude. Oh my god, what has Squared posted? It's read about a feudal uprising where a duke's son was killed by rebels. They used a trebuchet to knock him off the battlements with the only available ordnance, a peasant's decapitated head. It was the first recorded instance of a surface-to-air missile. I hate this. Why did I read that whole thing? I knew a third of the way in that it was. You proud of yourself? You proud of yourself, Squared? Does it feel good? You used one of your exactly, Himishkar. Used one of your slots for this. You're sitting there thinking, this was time well spent. Just eyeing that ban chaotic emoji. Okay, so here we have from White Wolf. Winter is awesome. Winter is amazing. About that. Winter includes raining for 3 hours and then Arctic winds roll in, freezing everything in place. Oh boy. Our drivers left after 9 a.m. to see how the weather would go, and all of them were back before 1 p.m. because roads were too icy. Same with parking lots. Can't deliver if you can't get traction. Even if you're wearing cleats, safety is a core value for us. Yeah, not dying is pretty important. Found out on Thursday, the day after this pick was taken. They were out for all of an hour before work made the call to bring everyone back. It's just too slippery. Everyone else, too slippery for everybody, I should think. Yikes. Yeah, that's some nasty fucking ice right there. Everything wet and then enough cold to just freeze that nasty crust. We haven't gotten, like, almost any precipitation. I know I said this earlier in the stream, but usually by this time of the year, we've had a couple of blizzards. We've had, like, one light dusting of snow earlier in the week, and then today it was, like, 65 degrees outside, so I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm glad somebody's getting some weather, even if it kind of sucks. Here we have from Dr. Rhino. Oh my lord. Okay, alright, I was looking at this for a second, and I was like, wait a second, the wings and the robe, like, a lot of this is sculpted on. Okay. For a second, I was like, you son of a rhino, did you freehand? No, okay. Didn't freehand this. I was about to break all my fucking brushes. This is a Dark Angels banner. But he did do a damn good job painting it. I particularly like the flames in the background and the red sun behind him. For our father. I see, because he painted this for his father. I get the connection. That's clever. That's really neat. That really is... The Dr. Rhino's dad wants to play this game, figured out what 40k was, has been kind of getting into it, and then Dr. Rhino just hauls off and paints him a whole fucking army of I'm assuming Primaris? I can't tell. Is he Primaris? No, that's not a Primaris Marine. His arms are too short. Some classic Dark Angels? Dr. Rhino, that's so cool, dude. That's an amazing gift. I know he's gonna be thrilled. If you have the opportunity to record his reaction when you give it to him, unless he knows that it's coming. If it's a surprise, I want to see that reaction recorded. Nice lettering, by the way. That very classic style. And considering the speed he gets this work done in, absolutely incredible. I really like the metal work you've done down here. That's very effective for looking like a probably fairly simple technique. Really nicely done. Yeah, I couldn't see the front of the bike, and then I remembered, like, yeah, I guess the Primaris bikes are... Everything about Primaris is just bigger, isn't it, Vergata? I don't have any of their bikes. I've got some of their Gravis dudes. I got the flying guys with the big jetpack things. I've got, like, one Gravis captain. I think I have a couple of the Phobos scouts, or whatever they're called. Interplescators, or whatever fucking word they made up for their new stuff. Really nice work, Dr. Rhino, but saying Dr. Rhino's work is good is like saying... Those models are made of plastic. Yeah, no shit. Mine are inspired by the Vitrian Dragoons from the... Oh, I know exactly the ones you're talking about, Ren Momo. The Vitrian Dragoons. Those, they have the glass armor, right? They have like the interlinked glass armor that can like rotate it or something, and it. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not diffract. That's not a word. It's not refract. It breaks up laser beams. It makes it so that they don't hit with anywhere near the same strength. I love the Gaunt's Ghost books. Those are really cool. Oh, speak of the devil. I hate my phone sometimes and love it others. You know, it's all about the conditions. It's all about the conditions and the lighting and getting good lighting and backgrounds for minis. Diffuse, dissipate. I think, yeah, any of those are probably accurate. I'm not some kind of fucking science nerd. I don't know. God, a bunch of nerds in my chat, you guys. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. I dig it. I dig it. Where did those heads come from? Because we've got, like, some classic guard bodies. I recognize those, but I'm curious. Work with Gaunt's Ghosts a lot, I believe. Amateur Paint Hour, I only remember them being in, like... Is it diffraction? That's what I wanted to say, but then I thought, that's not a word. That can't be a thing. Maybe I'm smarter than I know. Oh man, that opens up so many possibilities. Wow. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with my gut from now on. Oh, these are 3D prints from the Solaren Dragoons. Oh, so they are kind of meant to be that. I looked at them and I assumed that they were head swaps. I guess the shoulder pads are significantly smaller. I love the look of them though, Ren. Good choice on the colors. I like how you went cool, warm. That's just a really, well, you went cool, warm, cool, which is just a great way to break up your mini for simple coloration. I'd love a closer look. Yeah, I guess their las guns are kind of smaller than normal ones too, in a slightly different pattern. You know what, Ren? For not knowing what the fuck you're doing a damn good job at it, and keep it up. So much of taking good pictures comes down to lighting conditions. I guarantee your phone is up to the task. If you want to put some work into getting some good bright lights and set yourself up a background that absorbs a lot of light, a good cheap background to start with is honestly just like a sheet of gray or black. I mean, it's going to be gray no matter what, but gray construction paper. Just laid in such a way that it curves up towards the back with your guys on it, shine a nice bright light on there, and then get into some of the finer settings on your phone. You know, drop like your sensor sensitivity way down. But we've got some tips on the Discord in the Showcase channel. If you go up to the pinned posts in Showcase, there's a little guide on how to take good pictures. It's definitely worth looking at. Either way, good job. You know what I keep noticing, Ren, is having seen a number of your paint jobs, your paint coats are getting thinner, and your brush control, as far as not slopping paint from one portion to the other, has notably improved. These are good, clean paint jobs. Is there work that you could do to improve? Absolutely. Are there techniques that you could continue to use to get better? I don't think anyone's under the impression that there aren't. But you have been improving the cleanliness, the smoothness, and the thinness of your paint application, and that is hugely important, so keep that up. Oh, dude, Ren, enjoy that. That book's fucking fantastic. Thanks for hanging out, man. You have a great night. Here we have from Zombie Bro Studios, Z-Marion Sandman completed, almost done, with the Sinister Six. Oh my god. That's right, I forgot you were painting these Marvel figures. I love the texturing that you've done on the sandy parts of Sandman. I would have struggled with that. You definitely have that cel-shaded comic book style to all of it. God, that face. I mean, it definitely says Sandman. Good job on the hair, too. I'm not sure what the texturing's actually like on this. Oh, yeah, and the classic damn stripy shirt that he wears. I always love the style of mini that you do, Zombie Brush. Are you ever going to do more in your black and white with splashes of red, that kind of Sin City style? Because those are some of my favorite minis that you've ever done. Fucking fantastic. Fucking fantastic. I'll tell you what we're going to need to see, Zombie Brush, when you get around to watching this. all of these Marvel figures that you've done so far, because I spy a few more in the background. We've got a big Frankenstein-looking Hulk. We've got Captain America here. I'm guessing that's Red Skull. That's right, because we've seen your Red Skull before. I want to see all the ones you painted all together. Group shot or bust. Here we have from White Wolf, Therapy Thursday, Ye Gods edition. 3 hours of rain when the ground's already frozen leads to fun times. Fun is in quotes for those of you who might not be able to see that clearly. So back on the road with limited weight boxes. I'm in residential. Also evil ball of fire as hubby describes it, and he isn't wrong. Yeah, the sun is kind of bullshit. Have to add this in. Top speed was a blazingly fast 13 kilometers per hour, 8 miles per hour for those of us who don't speak, that. In that particular neighborhood, speed limit is 40 kph, which might as well be a billion miles per hour for all I know. In such areas, and most of the day I was nowhere near such. On the flip side, though, the Transit actually has winter tires, so I was able to get into places where 2-ton Hinos? That's probably a type of truck. Definitely couldn't. By the end of day Friday, I'd helped 2.5, or was it 3.5, routes get caught up on residential deliveries, and on Friday, a lot of residential was still just as bad. Oh my god, that looks like a fucking hockey rink. Wow. That's kind of terrifying. I mean, at least I would imagine a lot of people aren't driving on it, I hope. So it's just you, maybe? Moving that much weight around something that slick seems really harrowing. Definitely be careful if you gotta keep doing that, White Wolf. Here we have from Larabic, they are done! Khemri Blood Bowl team starting lineup finished in about 40 hours. Prints by Punga Miniatures, minis by Punga Miniatures. Bases hand sculpted with wall spackle. Now to take a break before doing auxiliary models. Yeah, I was wanting to see this whole team. This came together nicely. I really love your choice of the kind of seafoam green to go along with the gold detailing on all these guys. Nicely done with the sort of sculpted sand dunes. I think that's pretty damned effective. Damn good looking team. And I've never played Blood Bowl. Not even one damn time. I've seen a lot of the teams. I like a lot of the sculpts. I've never played it. Either way, Punga did a great job on these. I mean, I'm assuming these are Tomb Kings. I do recognize at least the factions from Warhammer Fantasy, Larabic. Excellent work on those. Meanwhile, Scotland gets a puddle on the road and we all scatter in panic. That's like it was in Texas. If it rains in Texas, like, particularly if it's cold outside, you just listen to the distant sirens. People lose their damn minds. Missing out. I don't understand real pain. Oh, here we have from Vergaderung. I don't know if it turned out exactly the way I had it in my head, but I like it and it was fun to do. I think I should have put more orange and yellow in the transition because the stripes muted it quite a bit more than I thought it would, but overall, I'm happy. So I had pictured it different in my head when you suggested it. I had pictured the stripes going back, like perpendicular to the overall... I don't know my words right now. Perpendicular to, the length? Sure. Of the overall aircraft going back along the wing, which would have kind of followed the transition instead of covering up some of the transition zones. I like what you've done here. I ultimately didn't stick around for the stream to watch you do this, which, by the way, guys, if you're not following Vergaderung and you like Battletech, this dude, he's so fucking prolific. He works so fast and has such good quality results. You have got to go over there. That's not how a Tiger... It's not a fucking Tiger, Vergaderung. It's an aircraft, and you can do literally whatever you want. I mean, lightning bolt zigzags are not how a Tiger do either. So that's a bullshit argument, and you know it. I really, really like the glare effect that you got on the cockpit of this guy. How it goes from one corner kind of back to the other. Like, I buy this. My brain reads this as a green glass, which is really what you want, is that natural effect. Like what you did with the engine cowling, too. I feel like maybe going with a lighter gray as you get back to the deeper, darker areas would have been effective, too. I don't know. Lightning bolt is the echo of the wing shape. Then what the fuck does it have to do with what a Tiger do? Vergaderung. Make up your mind, bro. Make up your... Yeah, like a Tiger. The lightning bolt is to echo the wing shape like the Tiger's wings. No shit. It's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. This looks fucking fantastic, though. Now, are you going to do more in this scheme, or is this going to be like a one-off ace, is my question. Because, I mean, it seems like there's going to be more Aerotech for Battletech. And I kind of want to see what you do with the Hextech Aeroplex. I'm not gonna lie. Really nice work for Gadarung. You make me so self-conscious about how slow I work. Repeat after me, Thunderhead tabletop quality. This time the new CGL Wolfhound. Alright, fair enough. I mean, at this point, like, I don't have to say it, because you know what I'm going to say, more contrast. The gold, it continues to stand out to me every time I see a new mech done in this scheme. As far as tabletop quality goes, this is a damn good looking mech. I still think you could do more contrast, but the color choices are very visually effective as far as breaking up the big pieces of it. The basing is really, really well done. It's something simple, easily repeated that you can just do over and over, which is important when you're doing a whole army. I like it. I like it, Cav Tankerus. I love it. Don't have any more arrows? Talk to Steel Warrior. I'm sure he could hook you up. So this just happened. Holy shit! Oh, Catalyst likes it. Nice. I mean, you painted a lot of minis, man. You did a damn good job. You make them look good. They should be thanking you. Here we have from Achilles Rain. Oh, we haven't seen anything from Achilles for a little while. That looks like... What the fuck am I looking at? Is that a Warjack? The proportions to me say Warjack, and I'm getting... Okay, so this... Legs are down here, I'm getting 2 arms, we're holding onto a pair of curved swords, and then this is like a spine, and this is his head? Is this... Retribution of Syrah, maybe? I'm not really familiar with a lot of the Privateer press sculpts that aren't from Warcaster. Okay, yeah, so this is Retribution. I have a couple of their... The only reason I recognize this is because I happen to... Oh, I think you're right. Okay, no, I think you're right. This is his head. This is his back, and he's holding his arms back with the swords pointing backwards, Datron. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, because he has like a crest on his forehead. It's an interesting red and blue color scheme. Nice flocking, good-looking, smooth black rim on the base. All about those little cleanup details. I love this kind of deep plum maroon color that's on the blade. If I could have one wish, it would be to spend some time working up a blend to like a bright pink on the very edge and then blend it down into that plum. That would look really cool, like almost neon, right? All in all, though, nice. Yeah, doing a fucking Naruto run. I think the only reason that I got that this is a Warjack at all is because I do have a box of Retribution of Syrah. I like one of their starter boxes. When they started doing their colored plastics in my closet. I built them and I just never painted them. But I like the design of them. They're very cool looking. Nice work, Achilles Rain. I'd love to see that with the other Jacks and even the caster that's in the Force. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour, last of the Clan Wolf Beta Galaxy. I admit I'm burned on these guys. Technique I used was rather labor intensive. Hey man, work smarter, not harder. Skip jeweling the lasers, cockpit jeweling is and got sloppy with the final fine tuning of the edges and such, but they're done and ready for my upcoming campaign. That's the most important detail, Amateur Paint Hour. Dude. Is it the most precise paint job I've ever seen? No. But if you hadn't told me that you were getting sloppy with some of these details, I would not even have noticed. I really wouldn't have. This is a damned effective paint job. You've got good contrast, you've got nice deep panel lines, you've got some good color contrast there with the green for the central cockpit, bright colors for the laser weapons. Like, this is a perfectly fine looking paint job. Good job on the basing too. And once you put it in the context of the rest of the other filthy clanners, like, this is gonna look really good, dude. Nice work. Amateur Paint Hour, really, really nice. Also, coming up here from Amateur Paint Hour to follow up our first campaign game was last Sunday. Our players were Pirates September of 3049, periphery side of the Rasselhague border. They met some interesting fellows from the outer reaches. Gee, I wonder who those could be. It was actually a close game. They managed to crit kill the Star Commander. Yeah, fuck that guy. Wiped out an Ice Ferret and almost finished off a Nova. Ice Ferrets are so goofy. Since they stood and fought against overwhelming odds, dishonorably, oh, fuck clanners. Dishonorably, my ass. They were taken as bondsmen to be taught the true clanner way. I hate clanners. Everything about them makes me angry. Now, I've seen the paint jobs you've done on these hills. These are the first hills that I made. And I'm not sure when we're going to see more in this style. A lot of the upcoming ones are going to be in the more desert, sort of eroded style because they fit the hexes better. But I noticed that you used a lot of these sort of, like, erosion marks that I put in them. And just painted them blue to kind of indicate, like, there's a little waterfall, or... Because that was the idea, was I was thinking, like, maybe water carve these out, so I'm going to carve them kind of deep. And I hadn't thought of actually painting them blue to indicate that there was still water running through them, like there's a spring on top. This came out nice. Bitter Brush. How you doing, man? Could we pretty please get a shout out for Bitter Brush? This dapper gentleman? This paintsman extraordinaire? Bitter Brush is a really good stream. Very, very friendly guy, talented painter, very active in chat, and always willing to talk about what he's doing. I like the flocking on this, too. It looks like you used... this is one of my favorite forms of flocking to use for 6mm. I want to say that that's probably Woodland Scenic's fine turf, or maybe blended turf. I do recommend it over static grass for 6mm. Use like little tufts of static grass and mostly fine turf. You get a pretty realistic length for like foliage and whatnot. Good looking map. Good looking map. It's almost like I made all this terrain. I tried it. I have moments like this when people post these pictures where it's like literally everything here I sculpted. And I just try to focus on the paint jobs and not compliment the terrain too much because I just feel like that's so... It's just gauche, isn't it? Hey guys, look at what a good job I did. Oh, it's such nice terrain. No, but the finishing on it looks fantastic, man. The board looks good in general. Is this one of the Deep Cut Studios mats? Yeah, it is. I recognize that pattern. Good old Steel Warrior. That's because terrain is like the best part of wargaming, Bitter Brush. Absolutely the best part. Here we have from Marik. There goes my night shift salary. I better turn back to normal before Mom, the goddess of the broken void, finds out I'm working at the tavern as a female waitress. Oh my god! Arden is known for shape-shifting whenever he likes, but he also changes his gender, due to he has a lot of part-time jobs in every dimension. Instead, working on at the cathedral, despite what he does is managing bills, supplies, feeding the slimes, in the slime playpen, the slime playhouse, babysitting children, etc. Most of his part-time jobs are nightclubs, working as a sexy waitress wearing a Playboy suit in female form, just to get money in that dimension, because some dimensions have unique model kits, so he wants model kits from specific dimensions. This is, of course, in no way Marik writing himself into the story. And he's so desperate to get these model kits that he changes himself into a woman to be a sexy waitress to chase those sweet, sweet tips. God bless you, Marik. Side note, his form almost resembles his mother despite females in the Broken Void being quite taller than males. Arden sometimes wants to be tall. Once in a while. And the little slime smiling up. Backlog on Infinite Earths. Marik, you're a weird guy, and I love you. I want to know what these notes are. Female form of Arden, I'm assuming. I can't tell what this is. Just the context of this. It's so fucking crazy. Oh, fuck the Marvel Universe. Fuck the Marvel Universe. Kevin Feige, cheese. Get over here and work on the Mafik Cinematic Universe. We're taking this worldwide. It's gonna get fucking weird in here. You have some taste. No, I agree. Here we have from Kursala. After having some trouble trying to sand the legs for my desk, I decided the best solution was to rig up a table sander with remarkably effective results. You just clamp the sander down? Is that what I'm seeing here? Yeah. I mean, okay, sure. Why the hell not? Hey, if it's stupid but works, it isn't stupid. Not at all. You know what? As long as you're pleased with yourself, Kursala, that's what matters. If it gets the job done, who am I to say that that looks horrifying and dangerous? Nobody at all. You know? Belt sander was wedged in from the sliding rail on the table saw. Yeah, that's what I'm gathering here, is that this is just clamping this in. I mean, I'm trying not to be utterly horrified at the potential danger that this represents, Kursala, and just... Look, for Gadaron. I just want to see this fucking desk, okay? And if Kursala has to lose a couple of fingers and maybe a face to get it done, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Dangerously cheesy. Oh, damn it. It's already started. We're only like a little ways into the storm report and people are already making me hungry. That's all it takes, Bitterbrush. Not much. At all. You did actually lose part of your thumb. Then what the fuck? You're over here talking about how it's like, oh, it's surprisingly safe. It's surprisingly stable. It worked well. I got the desk done. I lost a part of my thumb, but yeah, sure. I don't know that we have the same definition of stable or safe. All fun and games until you sand off a limb. And then it's just fun. Here we have from Sam Mini, advanced on the samurai girl. God. Let's just take a moment. Let's just take a moment. Okay, chat? Just a moment. Let's observe this paint job from Sam Mini. I don't feel like I need to say anything. I'm gonna refill my wine. For my little carafe. Isn't this cute? Look at this little carafe. It's adorable, isn't it? I'd like to reiterate that Sam Mini streams here on Twitch. And as much as it's like poor salesmanship as far as selling myself, to go, hey, go follow and watch this other guy. You need to go follow and watch this other guy, because Sam Mini is an amazing painter. There are a lot of painters out there that I look at their work and I see individual techniques or specific things they do, and I'm like, I kind of want to copy that. There is a much smaller cadre of painters, a much smaller group of painters that I look at their work and I feel like I want their eyes. I want to look at plastic and resin and see what it is that they see, that they're able to bring out of it. Little subtle touches that I would not have thought to do, but when I see them, they seem so obvious. I'm like, of course, because that's what it looks like. And this mini's nowhere close to done. There's obviously, like, there's some rough work on the helmet. I think we're gonna get probably some color in the crest on the Kabuto there. If you go look at some of Sam Mini's other work, like what he did on the female Emperor of Mankind, or prior to that, he did the Barbarian Girl from, I want to say, Diablo 3. Whew. It's always the skin tones that get me. They're so natural, and there's a lot of subtle work in here. If you look, it looks like there are little subtle blues or purples down here in the abdomen. There's a little bit of red to purple over here. We have purple tones in the lips. The eyes have just started to come together, but it all works together so well. The shading, it looks just... It's always the best compliment I can give is skin work. You look at it, and it's just like, oh, that's a person. Your brain just registers that as a person until you realize you're looking at something small, and I can't think of any better compliment to give paintwork like this. I want to find something wrong with it. I want to be mean. I want to be like, yeah, well, this thing is fucked up. You messed this up. I want to tear down something amazing, and I can't do it. Everything I see where I'm like, oh, well, he obviously hasn't finished doing that. Damn it. Look at the little bits of freehand down here. Look at that. Oh, there's more. God damn it, it's him, Minnie. Really, really nice work. Damn. Alright, well, I'm looking forward to seeing our update then. Let's keep coming down. Here we have we got some work from Heretic Scott. A personal favorite of mine. Soulmaster Maldracus, the Shroud, has joined the Unbound. Yes, he is a sorcerer, and yes, he is riding a Juggernaut, but as the Unbound mantra goes, bound not by chains nor gods. I really like your work, man. Heretic Scott doesn't overcomplicate his game pieces, but he makes fundamentally good. This is and Heretic Scott, I always want people to take my compliments in the spirit in which they're given. And I don't want anyone to ever feel like I'm saying, like, oh, this isn't terribly complicated, so it's not very good. Now, I look at this, and I don't see any painting techniques that are terribly complex. Everything that I look at on this model, I look at it and I go, oh, I see how you would do that. But this is a great example of how using simple techniques, in some cases fairly easy techniques, but making good choices about colors, about temperatures, and about high contrast between focal highlights and deep shadows can really bring a mini to life. They're not shortcuts, Heretic Scott. You know what they call it when you learn all the tricks? When you learn all the cheats and you use them all? That's called having skill. That is skill that you built by learning all of those and then learning how to use them, because knowing how to do them doesn't mean you know when to do them. These little splashes of color that we have here on this like warp fire over here, repeated kind of balancing them out on the plasma gun over here, and this is all balanced against the bronze metallic color we have going throughout here, which is balanced against all the cool colors. If I had to complain about something on any of this, Heretic Scott, I'd say that I kind of wish the base was something a little bit more interesting. And not necessarily more interesting, just more heavily contrasting with all the warm tones from the metallic and the body, but that's such a minor quibble, and that's me looking for something to complain about, honestly. The overall design is great. You always do these fun little touches, like with the hood, your custom bits and modifications. Excellent work, Heretic Scott. Let's have another look at the other side. Oh, and then we got the skull pauldron. Oh, shit. Didn't see the glowing runes from that side. That's nice. Again, repeating that splash of vibrant color like in the warp fire and the plasma pistol. I really like what you've done with the crest on the front of his head, this little ram. With just the splatter of blood on the front. This is an instance where kind of less is more, because you might be tempted to just splatter blood across the whole blade, but this kind of tells more of a story, doesn't it? Just a little bit of blood. A little bit of blood right here, and then some nasty gouges. Like he hit somebody and they like rolled off to the side, or they got split right down the middle. You don't need to overdo it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Lovely. Lovely work, Heretic Scott. Here we have from Nash, starting to make the push on working on this guy. I think I found a good technique for hopefully convincing living bone. Now to try and do some form of muscle on the red bits. Wife already chimed in, it needs more contrast, too many flesh tones, so I need to figure out how to incorporate some more contrast. Thinking yellow highlights for horns to start with. So, I see what you mean. Everything here is warm, temperature-wise. I would say, For contrasting the muscle tissue, it looks like where you've got like ligaments, you've already brought it out to kind of a desaturated pinkish color, and you could probably use a lot more of that on the muscle fibers in between. I wouldn't do the full length, I would just do kind of a patterning towards the middle so that you've got the sort of ligament connections and then this deep red and then you've got the texture of the muscle. That would help to bring that out. Something similar for the guts. But yeah, more blues, I would say more greens in the skin. The skin isn't coming off as alive. The skin is coming off almost like tanned leather. Skin has a lot of blues and greens in it, surprisingly. Green is actually a really good base for portraiture. I would say play around with using some of those cooler tones. Yeah, purples. Purples would be a great transition, too, for Gatorone. The skull is I mean, the whole thing is unnatural, but you could almost go with, I think purple shadows in the skull could work. I like that deep brown to kind of mahogany that you have for the horns. Yeah. Bringing the guts into more of a purple to pink would probably work. I think there are a few things you could go with here. But broadly, purples, greens, and blues. You just need more variety. Yeah, green. The other thing you could do is maybe paint the flesh as if it's rotting. Give it kind of a green tone. That could work. I don't know, I think you've got a lot of options, but I think bringing out the muscle texture with some desaturated highlights very, very sparingly, and then working some more interesting tones into the skin are what's really going to bring this together. This model is nauseating. I'm here like, oh yeah, get in there and highlight the guts. Oh, get the muscle fibers. Make it look like the skin's rotting. Yeah, thanks, I hate it. Let's take a look here. Yeah, this all kind of blends together. I would say bring this more pinkish, kind of like you have towards the edges. Like I said, if you can get some highlights toward the middle of the muscle fibers. And make this more of a purple. Make the highlights almost more of a soft lavender. Because you want to bring out the texture of it. Don't overdo it. Don't highlight every single raised bit. Just some focal points, kind of towards the middle. And maybe creeping towards the edge, leaving that deep shadow under the rib cage. Damn you to Square. Damn you. It's supposed to be a plant thing. It's supposed to be a pant thing. I like that better. Because he's not wearing any pants. Oh my god, Sheza. Oh no. You probably don't have to spend time in a morgue. But it's an interesting suggestion, certainly. Well, you know, it's coming along. And I really kind of like the work you've done on the bone and the horn in particular. But yeah, some more color, some more contrast in the highlights, just a little more visual interest. Let's say don't go overboard. Do one thing at a time, and then take a step back and observe it. Don't do a whole bunch of things at once, because you could wind up making it kind of clownish if you overdo it. So try one thing, take a step back, ask for some opinions. Just take it slow. It's a unique piece. It is a nice red. I have to agree with Forgotta Run on that. Here we have from Zombie Bro Studios, Rabbit Fox from Clan Fox. Did it up with some random color choices that I thought would pop. These are those metal figures, right? The Clan Fox figs. How are you finding these, Zombie Brush? Wait, is Zombie Brush still around? He might not be here. They're cool designs. What do they remind me of? They remind me kind of the mechs from, like, Hawken. You ever play Hawken? I like that game. If that game were in VR, man, I'd play the hell out of it. These colors are wild. That purple and then that slightly blue-green with that orange just pow right in the middle of it. These guys don't give a fuck. Like, that's not camouflage anywhere I know of. They're produced by IWM? Okay. They were an independent third-party design, though, were they not? Or am I thinking of another group of mechs? Like he did a quad and then a couple of different mechs. Hawken was fun. Hawken was simple and amusing, and if they did Hawken in VR, I think people would be all over it. VR is just designed for those sitting in the cockpit style games. You really don't have the same motion sickness issue with those games. I certainly don't have the same motion sickness issue with cockpit-based games. Man, Star Wars Squadrons is fun in VR too. I own a fucking Quest. I have a VR headset and I use it so rarely, I just can't make myself. I don't know why. Who knows. Really nice work though, Laundry Brush. Very, very clean. I wanted to note, I like the little splashes of white. It does a lot to break up that purple. The purple would be a lot on its own without something to break it up. And the little splashes of white do a lot to that. And I like how they're kind of repeated on the edges of the gun barrels, giving it that sort of balance. 1, 2, 3, right there. Nice. Took some $4 ramen, made it into $40 ramen for cheap. Well, then it's not $40 ramen, Machine God. That's not how money works. 2 Nissin Roa ramen packs. Kept the oil flavor and used beef stock, added miso and gochujang chili paste, then the oil, which is just sesame oil, sauteed fresh garlic and shallot and some sesame oil, then added fresh shiitake mushroom after it was removed from the heat, sauteed all together until the heat died down, took some super cheap thin sliced eye round that had been dry brining for 6 hours, seared it on each side for a few seconds to give it color, then let it finish cooking in the broth. Topped with some chopped and quartered green onion, pickled bean sprouts, and soft-boiled egg. I take back everything derisive that I said. This looks fucking delicious. Oh my god. We were doing so well. We only had one person mention, like, I think Bitterbrush mentioned Cheetos. And that gave me this little spike of Storm Report hunger, but this is gonna do me the fuck in. What's for dinner tonight? I didn't even find out. Damn. Damn, Machine God. You make that cheap-ass ramen look good. You know, every now and then, Amish Dick. Okay, the culinary atrocity thing, let's be honest. That was mostly Roland. He used to post shit like gummy worm tacos and Funyun-flavored drinks and shit. Or just ambrosia salad, and thankfully that seems to have petered out. So, it's a little dated. Tons of special burgers. Oh man, that was Sumatha? Oh my god, really? I'm sorry, Roland. I'm terribly sorry to have attributed that horror to you. Holy shit. I guess in my head I was just like, Sumatha wouldn't have done that. Sumatha's a nice guy. You know what? Alright. Okay, let's just keep going. Here we have from Ravencat, somebody is building a Nebulon B. Is this a 3D print? I mean, yeah, I guess this is a 3D print. Where did these files come from? I remember there was... see, how big is this? It's about the size of that laptop. So, let me see. This would be about the right size, maybe a little bit small for X-Wing, right? And is it a combination of FDM and resin-printed parts? Huh. I remember for a while there was a 3D printable Nebulon B that somebody had made for use with X-Wing, but I feel like those files got taken down. That was a long time ago, though. Where did these ones come from? I mean, I guess it's probably more than one 3D printable Nebulon B out there, but I've always liked the look of this, the frigate. The medical frigate, as they called it in Return of the Jedi. It's just so goofy, isn't it? With that long corridor going right down the center. It's just designs like this that obviously flaunt all notions of being aerodynamic. It's like, no, this is a spaceship. This is designed for space. Fuck your aerodynamics. Ain't no air. There's no resistance in space. There's sound in space, for some reason, but don't question it. It's Star Wars. We also have magic and laser swords. ILM did such a great job on these original props, too. It's just junk. Just random bits of shit. cobbled together into something that vaguely resembles a ship. So iconic, too. Really nice print. I'm curious, Ravencat, if you come back around or if I get a chance to talk to you, where these files came from. I'd love to know more. Oh, they're heading for the medical frigate. Thank you, Shock. Here we have from Avash. So yeah, these are the City-States figures, the City-States hoplites that are being given out at tournaments for Conquest. This, like, everybody for Conquest, the last argument of Kings, is like, oh, you guys know the Old Dominion's coming out. The Old Dominion, it's the next faction. Everybody's freaking out for the Old Dominion. Don't get me wrong, they look cool. This is the faction I'm excited for. The City-States are going to be so damn cool, and you can see how much the quality of their sculpts has improved since their work on the 100 Kingdoms. I really like the kind of fantasy Greek look of the City-States. And man, yeah, Avash, your color scheme with the blue and orange works really well with these guys, and I like the kind of bronze that you've done with their metal. I am excited. I'm not sure exactly what the City-States are going to have. It has been indicated that they'll probably have, like, Minotaur cavalry on monster bases, and I'm like, I want that so bad. I want an army of hoplites supported by Minotaurs more than I can articulate. I don't know when the City-States are going to be coming out, but I think it's going to be probably late 2022. If they do 2 armies in 2022, it's going to be... Is really as early as quarter 2? I would think quarter 3 or quarter 4. If they come out with this in quarter 2, because wait, no, I thought this Old Dominion's quarter 2. It's not quarter 1. I'm pretty sure it's quarter 2. I feel like I saw that on their site earlier. Like, maybe I'm misremembering. Even if it is quarter 1, I can't imagine that they would release 1 army a quarter. That's an insane release rate. I mean, I suppose it's possible, but unlikely. I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see. They also say crazy shit at Parabellum War Games. Just wild shit. Like, oh, we're going to release 33 factions. And I have said publicly, and I maintain that they are completely full of shit. There's no way this game is going to have 30 factions in it. And if it does, I'll eat my socks. I'll do it. There'll be new socks, but I'll eat them. I might fry them, but I'll eat them. Thankfully, that probably won't happen for a number of years, and most of you will have forgotten I exist by then, so that'll be okay. Sounds like Age of Mythology on tabletop. It's pretty wild. If you're curious about Conquest, I strongly encourage you to check it out. It is a pretty great rank and flank fantasy war game that has a individual model skirmish mode. So you can play with few models in a skirmish mode, and then you can level your army up to enough figures where you're doing rank and flank battles. Has some really unique and interesting factions. The Spire Elves are cool as hell. You can hit !Conquest in chat to get a link over to Parabellum War Games. And if you wind up buying into the game, I'd be remiss to not remind folks that I do have an affiliate code for Parabellum's online shop. You can enter Thunderhead in your shopping cart to get a 10% discount on any order you place. Went 2-1 this past weekend? Nice. I need to go check out the Conquest channel. I saw you posted some pictures over there. Hadn't had a chance to look at them yet. They can do it if they break one of the races into sub-factions like 40k. They're kind of doing that Gimmish card. There are multiple types of elf, but as far as I know, there's only 2. There's the Weaver Courts and the Spires. Nicely done, Avash. I'm going to have to go check out that... I don't know if you posted battle report details, but I saw a lot of the pictures. I just haven't had a chance to look closely at them. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, newest member of the cadre. Fun little story about this one. Excuse me. I can name at least 10 40k factions. Space Marines, you're underselling that. That's like 30 factions right there. Amistig, come on, man. It is the year 2031. Thunderhead is still painting militia bowmen while chewing on a fried tube sock and talking about how somehow this is speed painting. I painted this guy at my job. I was working an event at Cook's... wait, can I do a Chaotic Harmony? I painted this guy at my job. I was working an event at Cook Children's Hospital, It was a big fundraiser that several stations were doing things for. Thing is, my job was to run the interview segments. That's not a good chaotic harmony. Which were once every hour or so I had tons of time to spare doing. It's a terrible chaotic harmony. I gotta practice that. Well, there was a kid there for one of the interviews. Little dude had a brain tumor. Oh, shit. I'm glad I stopped reading this in a mocking voice by the time I got to that part. Well, having had one of those kinds of things happen to me myself, I kind of related a little. So I got to chatting with him before he did his interview to ease his nerves. When I heard from him that what he was dealing with and how he felt his scar was really noticeable, I whipped around and showed him mine. No, that would be inappropriate to joke about. Mine's super noticeable and ugly because I picked at it as it healed. It's just a massive cut in the back of my head. Well, I felt real awkward because he started crying a little. Oh, this is like a roller coaster. According to his mom, he doesn't meet many other people who have had something like this happen. Somewhere along in the conversation, as we hung out after his interview a little, he mentioned that he liked painting, so I showed him my mini I was doing. Well, he asked if I had a name for him, and I didn't. So he asked if I could name him after him. Well, meet Portland, Shazui, of the Farsight Enclaves. Chaotic Harmony... It's in my nature to mock you. You can't go telling heartwarming, heartbreaking stories. You know what an asshole that makes me look like? As much of an asshole as I just looked like. Damn it. That's fucking awesome. Chaotic, you're a pretty cool dude, you know that? You'll never get me to admit that any other time. Except for all the other times that I've also admitted that. But those don't count. That really is... Damn it, Vergaderung. That's ridiculous. That's really awesome, man. It probably just made his whole fucking year right there. I'm trying to drink out of the carafe. I was like, why isn't this working? Shit. This is what wine does to me. On top of that being a really, really cool thing. Yeah, you need the unnecessary apostrophe. He is Tao, after all. Tao with an apostrophe after the T. On top of being a remarkably heartwarming story, and a really fucking cool thing to do. This is a nice paint job. I like the kind of amber tone that the red takes on with how you've highlighted it. Kind of working with the sort of bone white that we've got going on here. Good little bits of freehand, as always, some really nice flocking. Now, is this these are the flocking mixes that you get from Rainy River Designs, which we've already pushed that once this stream, but let's remind everybody, ! Rainy River will get you a link over there. Really nice flocking, excellent fucking acrylic paints, and Thunderhead Studio merch. Oh my god, that's so tasteless. I just hocked my own merch in a story about a brain tumor. What did I become? It's awful. It's just awful. Chaotic Harmony, I'm glad that you were able to... I'm glad that you were able to turn this creative outlet into something so positive in the life of someone who, frankly, needs as many fucking wins as they can get. I've become EA. No, we don't have loot boxes yet. I'm still working on those, Gimishkar. That's a good point, Data Nerd. That's a good point. This is actually interestingly
relevant. Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Hey, there you go, Chaotic. Paint him an entire army. There were ever a more fitting time for that soundbite. Don't I paint loot boxes? Not yet. No, we don't have that yet, Vergaderung. Like I said, we're still working that one out. But we'll get there with some effort. Chaotic, I wish that I were more articulate so that I could offer more than my simple and inadequate thanks to you for making this world just a slightly less fucking shitty place. for someone who really needs to see the world as just a little bit better, man. So thank you for that. And thank you for sharing with us as well. Yeah, that's true, Sheza. So coming down here, we have from Vergaderung. The other day, I had an intro tech game with Larabik. I saw some of these pictures. Comstar fighting Taurians on an exoplanet. It was a good game, even if my King Crab was a horrible bully. It was in water and absorbed 3 PPC hits that would have hit the legs, then slammed 2 AC-20 rounds into the Marauder's torso, setting off the ammo. And then 2 turns later, put another one through the Warhammer's cockpit. Jesus, that is pretty nasty. The other mechs took all game stripping the armor from the Phoenix Hawk and Rifleman's torso. They took all game to strip the armor from a Phoenix Hawk? Did you make him use my dice? Jesus. Oh man, this map looks so cool though. You legitimately have one of the coolest looking boards that I've ever seen. Vergaderung. It is not just because it has pieces of stuff that I made in here, and these water towers and these hills, this awesome river system that you created, but the fact that you went with such a bold choice doing the sulfur rivers, the sulfur crystals, the alien plants that you created, the blue grass. I mean, this is just so damn cool. Loot boxes for cards? Wait, what are you talking about? I have no memory of this. I'm not sure what people are talking about. Loot boxes for cards? Wait, you're talking... Those are just card boxes. They're not loot boxes. They're to store things in. You know what's in there when you open it. Not a loot box. Loot box is gambling. Look at this poor Marauder over here. I feel bad for him. I like the yellow paint job that Larabik has on these mechs. With the green tiger stripe camo. That's badass. Card boxes that contain loot. They're not loot. You're not looting them. They're your cards. They're always your cards. No, you're really stretching there, Gamish Car. I'm not gonna give this one to you, man. I'm pretty liberal when it comes to allowing bullshit, but I'm not gonna allow this. Here we have from Sumatha a Storm Report submission likely to be near and dear to Thunderhead's heart. Thunderheart's Head. Ooh, Thunderheart's a good movie. Gypsy Danger side by side with Atlas Destroyer. Ooh, yes, Atlas Destroyer does come with the alternate right arm as well as a couple of other bits and pieces. Atlas Destroyer is pretty cool, and I appreciated that it was an old Mark III on top of everything else. It was a little goofy, it was able to put on another arm, but that was hardly the goofiest thing about that particular show. Damn, Gypsy's beautiful. Are these the 13 inchers? The big fully articulated ones? Oh, Gypsy Danger. She's one of a kind. It really... Maybe Gypsy Danger is my ticket out of being like a total fucking mecha hipster. Because it's always like, oh, Thunderhead's favorite mecha anime is from 1980. Oh, Thunderhead likes all the 3025 mechs. Oh, you know what? I think Gypsy Danger may be I'm gonna stop saying that anything is my favorite mecha. Because I'm willing to bet that, in truth, Gypsy Danger and the Dougram vie for that position. But how can I be a hipster if my favorite mech comes from something that was released in 2013? I ask you this. 7-inch figures. Okay. I was going to say, the 13-inch, I think, has a little bit more articulation to, like, the torso plates and has individual fingers. I want to say, does Gypsy have the removable hand or the removable forearm so you can put the extended plasma cannon on there? Because that would be cool as hell. I wanted to pick up the 13-inch Gypsy Danger back when it first released, but God, it's just so expensive. So expensive, and at the time I just couldn't swing it. Oh, amateur paint hour, that's just cruel. Just cruel. You see, the 3025 love is grognard, not hipster. Okay, so I'm a grognard because I like 3025. I'm a hipster because I like Dougram, and I'm just a fucking geek because I love Gypsy Danger. Okay, fine. Yeah, it was limited edition, wasn't it, Sumatha? Like, I don't think they're making it anymore. Lovely figure, though. And Atlas Destroyer, actually, that's a really nicely articulated figure for only being 7 inches tall. It looks like the torso shifts around, too. Nice. Here we have from Squared. Got the Arid Legion paint set from Rainy River Designs and decided to try some dry brushing on a cataphract. Hey, that worked pretty well. As with most dry brushing, I mean, a couple of quick strokes to clean up some of the areas where it went a little bit over, but yeah, that worked nicely. Wash came out good too. I like how the yellow and green are combined each time they appear. The green with the yellow stripe, the green with the yellow stripe. Nicely done. Dry brushing is an amazingly effective paint technique, particularly on these newer figures with their much more defined details. The newer figures have even more defined details and deeper panel lines than the first round of Kickstarter mechs from CGO. You're famous here, certainly Kursala. First, Thunderhead Studio. Next, the world. Squared, nice work, man. I'm digging it. Here we have from Captankerous Miniatures. Oh look, more Scarlet Crusaders. You getting sick of them yet? Yeah? Well, too bad. Joke's on you, Captankerous, because I'm not sick of them at all. Look at these beautiful bitches. Wow. Wait, what mech is this? I don't recognize this design. Wait, no. Hold on. Koshi? I guess I don't recognize this. Huh. There's something stupid though, like 600 different battle mechs. So I'm not gonna ride myself too hard for that. Miss Lynx. Yeah, okay, that would be the name that I do know it by. He's got like a real boxer look about him, doesn't he? Urgh. I mean, as always, damned effective paint job. And really, these mechs you've been doing, Captankerous Minis, these are a good example of what I talk about when I say that a good, well-done contrasting base does a lot to complement the paint job of the mini that you put on it. Making good, simple choices can make even fairly simple tabletop paint jobs really pop out. And these ice bases, they work. They work real nice. Clan 25 tonner. Oh, he's just a little guy. Okay. Here we have from Thunderdome Drew. Oh, Thunderdome Drew been working on some salamanders. Look at these bad boys with their molten hammers. Why would you stop halfway through? The video just like stopped downloading. Let's start it over and give it a chance to buffer. I love the scaly shields. That sort of plum color that you used for the scales on the shields and the loincloths. Really effective green by using selective highlighting. This is also a good example of using bases to really complement the mini. In this case, we have the sort of magma glow effect from the hammer is reflected in the magma down here on the base. It doesn't appear anywhere else on the mini that I can see. They've got red glowing eyes, but that's not really the same thing. So the balance and the composition comes from the hammer and the base. Very nicely done. I always like Thunderdome Drew's work. It's so damn striking. And he doesn't do the traditional, I'm just going to edge highlight everything. Just did your test stream? How did it go, Arson? Alright, coming down here we have from Ion Raptor. By the way, if you're not following Thunderdome Drew, he's another fantastic painter here on Twitch. You should go check out his channel. Here we have from Ion Raptor. I have here a 60-ton, yet unnamed mech. It's got a bit of clan tech in it in the form of 4 ER small lasers. Cheating. 2 in the arms and 2 in the chin turret. But other than that, it's all inner sphere. Suggestions I've liked so far have been Kanara or Mountain Lion. Depending on what the Tamar book brings us, this could be a joint Lyran/Tamar and former Jade Falcon design. You know what I like about this mech? First of all, I recognize the... I feel like you've used this shape of calf and foot before with the toe on the outside but not on the in, and I really, really like it. My favorite things on this, I like how the torso is very boxy, very blocky, very hard edges, and then the cockpit is this nice little round bubble in here. And then we have similar shapes repeated over here on the weapons. This sort of opposed triangle shape here with the weapons coming out of the pods. I guess they're the ER small lasers, and then there would be 2 ER small lasers here and then 2 in the chin. So these would be probably medium lasers, just standard inner sphere. Yeah, echoed in the shins as well, you're right. It's just the use of periodic curves. It's not overdone. We've got lots of blocky shapes, and then we've got curves, curves, curves. We got like a star of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's nice to see some more work from Ion Raptor. And I think that we did a shout-out from Ion Raptor earlier, didn't we? When Ion Raptor does stream, he makes quality shit like this. And then they wind up getting 3D printed. And I'm excited to see this one come out and get some paint slapped on it. The chin turret's a nice touch. Look at that little guy. I hope that rotates on the final model. Yeah, put a magnet in there. Why the hell not? Magnetize everything. Fuck it. We're all going to be Cyber Knight today. Really nice work, Ion Raptor. Uh-oh. We have the update from Sam Mini. Damn it. Yep. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? This part up here, I was like, oh, the helmet's unfinished. He blended that out. Oh, and he cleaned up the rough reflections on the... God, what's the name of this? What's the name of this? The piece of armor on the back of the hand of the samurai? It's got a name. I don't remember what it is. It's something. I'm frustrated. It's absolutely killing me. The brass work here is really, really effective, too. Didn't overdo it. It's kind of like a burnished brass as opposed to a high polish. Damn it, Sam Mini. Guys, if you're not following Sam Mini, you're gonna want to head over there and drop a follow. Here we have, from Nanotanks, took second place at our local... Wait. Not Nanotanks. Damn it, Tiberius79. Lunchbox. Right? Yes. Okay. It took me a second. Took second place at our local 40K painting competition. Use the same names! You have any idea how many names I have to remember? Oh, fuck. Ooh. I'm gonna blow this up a little bit on my monitor so I can have a closer look at it. Came out nice. Good color choices overall. I love that kind of like corpse fire green you have for all the stone, going up into more of a sickly green for the lightning, and then the purples and blues for the... And this is the Void Dragon, right? We talked about this before, with the big crazy spar wings coming off, all linked by lightning. Yeah, looks like it deserves second place to me. Good color choices on a pretty damn fantastic model lunchbox. Nicely done. I would love to see a larger, closer cropped photo of this so I could get a little bit more detail. Just a little bit more detail, because even blown up, I want to see closer to the work you did on the kind of musculature across the chest and shoulder, and maybe a shot from the back. Maybe a shot of that Satan Necron ass, you know what I mean? Feel free to post that over in Showcase. I'd love to see some more. Here we have from Sumitha, when you're a light mech on recon duty and you learn the hard way that the unidentified enemy contact you've been trying to track down in the city is armed with a Class 20 autocannon. Actually is the breastplate of Anton Fravo, who was struck and quite possibly killed by a cannonball while serving in Napoleon's army at the Battle of Waterloo, June 1815. Thank you, Facebook, for sharing this with me during the one time I randomly chose to browse you for a minute or two today. Oh, goddamn! I'm really impressed at this particular piece of metal. Wow. I know what you mean, Vergata. The Void Dragon is one of those characters where it's like I knew about him before they made a model of him, so I had this image of what the Void Dragon might look like in my head. I make a model, inevitably it doesn't look the same. And no, I don't. Yeah, right, sister. This is one of those you look at and you're like, I don't think he's gonna make it. This man was a fucking mess. I ask you for a moment to imagine the amount of cleaning that this armor had to go through. Because everything that used to be in here was a fucking soup. Look at that. Look at that exit. Holy crap. Because this isn't like... This is heat-treated steel. This isn't like brass or something soft like this. This coloration is heat treatment on hardened steel plate. That's... Oh, damn. I just punched a hole. I'm kind of... I mean, I guess that's a lot of kinetic energy, and the cannonball would probably be, like, about, like, that big. I guess I'm just kind of impressed that it was moving so fast and so hard that he remained in position for it to punch a hole through him and didn't just throw... Well, I mean, I guess it probably did throw him, in addition to blasting straight through him. Oh, this is a morbidly fascinating artifact, isn't it? Ooh. Might have been raining when it happened until they pulled it off. Would have made it easier. Maybe? Who knows? Painted your latest chivalry escapade. Hey, there are no cannons in chivalry, Amish Stig. I have been shot in the back by ballistas before, though. That's, yeah, okay. Anyway, here we have from Sheza, visiting my mom, and she suggested I pick where to go to dinner. Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives is my comfort show. This place was mentioned in Season 3, Episode 5. Got what blew Guy Fieri's dick off. Needless to say, I see why. Spinach, feta, mozzarella wrapped in oodles of phyllo layers. Oh my god, that does sound good. Ooh. I've only been to one place from Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. It was in San Antonio, and it was the place where he had the Four Horsemen burger. For some reason, I decided to try it. I still regret that to this day. Probably came out of the tent and caught it, right? Like, that's one of those where like, get down, someone's firing a cannon. He's like, what? Pump. Yeah. Put him right down on his ass. Yeah, I mean, you wrap anything in phyllo, but a nice heady feta with some spinach in there? Damn. Welcome to Marietta Diner. Oh, yeah, they make sure you know, don't they? That seems like a damn good choice to me. I've got to get through this with the food. I'm so fucking hungry right now. Amateur Paint Hour finished up my Grey Death Legion company today. Last two were the Wolverine and Shadowhawk. These are the ones I was looking at on Instagram earlier. Really not my best work. Started these guys in March, just now finishing them. In the course of a year, I've learned so much. The last two were more of a get off my pile of shame shelf, less of a work of art, but 2022 has bigger projects to be done. They'll do for a tabletop as easily recognizable Grey Death Legion. There is something to be said for finishing projects. Whether it is the work you're the most proud of, or if it's just a good-looking game piece. And I'll say these are damn good-looking game pieces, and I agree. Recognizably Grey Death Legion. I like the stumps on the base. You've done some really cool work with your bases in general, though. I dig it. I mean, partially Sheza, but also people keep posting delicious food in my art review segment. Good use of color. Little splash of yellow, that warmth amidst all the cool gray and the camo. Just does a lot to create a focal point on the mini. And that's a trick to creating focal points, is if you feel like the rest of the work is rough, the eye is naturally drawn right here. The rest of this you kind of take in your peripheral vision. All in all, damn well done. Here we have from The Busy Builder, my latest big print and paint subject. Oh. This is airbrushed, right? This is like a stencil airbrush that you use across the top of this bike. What about this? What about our logo here on the back of the jacket? Oh, that's cool. It's a mono-wheel bike? It's not a bike. It would be a... Mike... No, that can't be right. Damn it, time stop. Shut up. I'm drunk enough. I'm drinking wine. This is going downhill fast. Monocycle. So it's a Mike. Riding a Mike. It's a fucking cool design. I really like the choice on the leather. Like, it's tempting to go with really bright, like, cyberpunky colors, but this sort of more natural brown leather and then the kind of cream color for the rest of it works really well, particularly next to this hot fucking patterned orange. That's nice. I want to know about this. Is this all freehand? If it's freehand, I want to see more of it, and I want to see it closer. Busy Builder, if this is freehand, I want to see more of it, and I want to see it closer. That's your job. Show it to me. Also, I want to see more as you continue to paint. Please continue to post. Here we have from Stoneflesh, Tengu and Chantico evocation summons from Black Rose Wars with reference art. Alright, here we have first. I'm assuming this is Tengu. Yeah. There's our reference art. matched it really nicely. Actually, the skin tone is very, very close. It's pretty damn effective. Nice, nice. Looks like a little bit of dry brushing on the wings. Simple but nice, bright colors. And then Chantico. Fiery murder dog, it looks like. Oh, I'm getting like a real Red 13 vibe off this guy. I have no idea what mythology this might be based on. I like the patterning. The only thing, if I can make a suggestion on this, because this is tricky to do. Let me take a look at this with the way he's painted. The only thing I might do is come in and darken the transition from his coat, from his fur, up to this kind of fiery supernatural mane, just to sort of separate them a little bit, create a little bit of shadow, and that would help this fiery mane look a little bit more like it's glowing. Like, you don't have to do that. It's just a simple step. Aztec would seem to make sense. Yeah. It's just a simple step that you could do to just kind of, because I always, when I see paint jobs that are just like right on the edge, like there's just one little thing you could do to kind of push it over it, that's the push. I feel like that's the push it needs. Just a slight darkening, maybe a little fade going from right here up on the shoulder inward, and then darkening around these little talismans, just to give this the impression that it has a little bit of a glow to it, kind of like he has on the card. You see? You darken the area closest to the fiery bits, and it just makes them a little brighter, a little more luminescent. You could do something similar down here. I would darken it on top and on bottom. Just kind of separate these groups, because it's the same color across the body, and that's kind of unavoidable between the flame and the fur. But if you separate them with a little band of darkness, they're gonna pop a little bit more. I don't even think that would take you long to do. That's if you want to. It's a damn good looking model either way. Really nicely done, Stoneflesh. Here we have from Kursala. It's finally finished. My handmade desk, 2 years in the making, has finally been assembled and put in place. This thing weighs way more than it looks, and it's remarkably sturdy. For those who might not know or remember, the wood for this came from a pair of dead trees at our old house, an elm and a cherry something hybrid, which I milled on my table saw and assembled into a lower frame. A lot of work went into this desk, and I am very glad to finally have it done. The second image is the underside and shows off what I think is a rather ingenious way to handle cable management. All the hardware down there is mounted directly to the I-beams and mostly out of the way. That's a fucking nice desk. This desk would be so fucking expensive to have custom made. It's so shiny. I am profoundly jealous. I guess not that jealous. A little envious, because I recognize that I would have to make it. Like what am I jealous of? You put a lot of work in, so I'd have to do a lot of work and build a desk. I feel like your reward is commensurate with the amount of effort that you put in, perfectly so, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. That is a gorgeous fucking desk. Are you using spools as cable management? Like filament spools? Is he allowed to do that? Huh. That's not a bad idea. He's got a bunch of excess cable. I mean, shit. I kind of like that. I'm gonna have to think about that. I certainly have plenty of spools. How did that never occur to me before? Huh. Jesus, that is a good looking desk. Eventually, I'm gonna get Kursala to make me a desk. I don't know how. I don't know when. But I do have a very large tree that needs taken down, and I'd very much like to get it milled into some boards. Here we have from DFW Dwegham, not even primed, but I want to show off this pain in the ass to assemble model. Tried for a dynamic head tilt about to hit you look, thinking of basing with Army Painter Black Metallic and working up from there. What are the names of these guys? They're the Dwegham... they've got a very particular name, and I can't think of what it is. But they're the big, bizarre fire constructs for the Dwarven faction in Conquest. And this is what I mean when I say even the Dwarf faction is completely off the wall. These things are fucking ridiculous. They got fire belching out of their shoulders and their head, and big, crazy skull arms, and... I like the... This reminds me of a monster from, like, Techromancer on the Dreamcast with the big munchy mouth and the, like, where his abdomen should be. Yeah, I think Black Metallic would be a good... I would say on this model, Dwegham, if you focus most of your efforts on doing really, really good flame effects, like, take this as an opportunity, because this is a really well-sculpted flame, to study and work on doing fire effects. Because then the rest of it you can kind of do in, like, a simple dark metallic, and then come in with some glazes and do a little bit of OSL. Just use this. This is a perfect learning project for doing OSL, because these shoulder pads have these big concave surfaces. So you're going to pick up a lot of the glow on the inside, and then you're going to catch the edge just with that bright glint, and like it's going to totally sell it. And you don't even have to do it down on the rest here, because this concave surface would block most of the glow that would come down to the arms or the chest. So all you really have to do is the shoulders. I think this would be, if you're interested, obviously you don't have to. I'm just saying, if you are looking for a good model to practice that technique on that is going to be fairly forgiving, I think this would be a good one. It does look like a bit of a pain in the ass to assemble, though. The Dwegham have such crazy models. I don't know. This is like the one faction in Conquest I'm not really that into, but I'm into fighting them. I'll tell you that much. Take this guy on with a bunch of fucking peasants with spears. Oh, here we have from Project Dark Fox, commissioned by our very own Rainy River Designs, one of the variants of the Cyclops. Look at this little missile carrier. These things are so cute, with their big nasty wheels. They're like caterpillars, you know? But with huge missile pods on them. I have a soft spot in my heart, but my doctor's addressing that. I also have a soft spot in my heart for these particular round-style missile launchers. They're very much like the ones from Fang of the Sun Dougram that you'll see mounted on the shoulder of, like, the Shadowhawk / Dougram. The Griffin has one like that. The Thunderbolt / Bigfoot has one like that. Well, you know, Project Dark Fox did it, and Project Dark Fox has a very cute art style, and you're just gonna have to deal with that, Kursala. We'll throw wave after wave at them until they reach their built-in kill limits. And if we hit that target, the dominoes will collapse like a house of cards. Bullseye. It was directly inspired by the Dougrams. I'm glad I picked up on that. Yeah, no, it's very much like the missile pods from Dougram. And like I said, that just tickles my fancy. Lovely piece of art, Project Dark Fox. Let's take a look at this next one. Sorry, I hear that you're having the Christmas blues. So's my friend. Ooh, sinister. Oh, I like the ear bar piercing there. All in all, your shading style has come a long way. It feels like just in the last few months. I'm in the interesting position where I actually see a lot of your art, Project Dark Fox, so I see the kind of granular improvements, and I start to forget what some of your older work looks like until I go back and look at it. I did that on Instagram today, and like really, the way that you show depth and your shading, this soft shading coming down from the upper surface of the face down to the lower surface, like this is really improved. Damn good work. What do we have? We have something from Phaedros. Something wicked and terrible. This way comes. There's that Abaddon that he put. Yeah, this is the new plastic model. This is a gorgeous figure. Alright, Phaedros. You posted it. You talked it up. You know what that means. You're gonna have to keep posting it as you work on it. You're gonna have to keep posting it as you work on it, because I want to see where this Abaddon is going. This is a gorgeous model. This is one of those models where I'm like, I stop everything else that I'm doing and I focus on it like I did with Sanguinius. I'm sorry, Sanguini. So I can really do it justice. It's a gorgeous sculpt. An absolutely gorgeous sculpt. I want to see more Phaedros. I want to see more, but that's gonna bring us to the end of the Storm Report and, in accordance with the prophecy, the end of tonight's stream. Who we raiding? Who we raiding? Who we raiding? Who we raiding? Let's see who's doing what. Hootie Who's going, Magical Hack is going, Teal Security looks like he just got started. Oh, Wombat Combat doing some Thousand Suns. Let me take a look. Wombat Combat just got going, and he's working on some Thousand Suns rubric Marines. We don't get a chance to raid Wombat Combat all that much, so I think we're gonna get that started. Wombat Combat is a great dude, a friend of mine from down in San Antonio. Very friendly, always willing to talk about what it is that he is working on. Does some gaming, does a whole lot of painting these days. I think you guys will like his channel. So when you get over there, make a little bit of noise. And I know a lot of you may be planning on turning in. It is a bit late after all. I know I am. If you feel like doing me a favor, stick around for just a minute. Go with the raid, make a little noise. Check out the channel and consider giving him a follow if you like what you see. Folks, this has been a fantastic night. I actually feel pretty good about the work that we got done. I only have one or two small things to do, and I'll be able to varnish these guys, put them on some bases, get some pictures posted to Instagram, and pretend like I actually paint models once in a while. That'll be a nice change of pace. I'm really kind of looking forward to that. That'll be great. We will be back Tuesday, December the 14th. We'll be painting some Conquest. I need to finish these bowmen. We're gonna try to finish a unit of bowmen. This is our theme. We're finishing things. Ignore the number of times I've said that. Pretend I mean it this time. Thursday, the 16th, I'm going to try to do some 3D sculpting on my art tablet here on the stream in ZBrush, if you want to check that out. Saturday, the 18th, we'll be watching Return of the King Extended Edition on Discord. Be there, or be a fool of a toque. And then on the 19th, we'll be doing some more Conquest next Sunday. I got a lot of Conquest to paint, folks. I got a lot of Conquest. Locust and Gentlemechs, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you to everybody who posted to the Storm Report, and thank you, as always, to my amazing team of mods. I'm going to get going now, so until next time, keep on painting.